false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Lord, we turn away from the culture, but we turn towards you. We turn away from fear, but we turn towards the power of the Holy Spirit. And God, we turn our hearts in this moment towards you because we need your help. You are the God of Charlie Kirk. You are the God of Erica Kirk. And God, we pray that you would place a hedge of protection upon Erica, that you would place a hedge of protection upon her children, that you would place a hedge of protection upon Turning Point USA. God, we pray that you would get the glory out of every talk, out of every message, and out of every sermon this week. God, we know that America is in need of you. Your word says that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach towards any people. God, we turn towards you because we need your help. Lord, we want to pick up the microphone, but help us to pick up your word first. Help us to pick up the anointing first. Help us to pick up a relationship with you first, so that when we get the mic, we will know what you want us to say in a day like today. Lord, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Lord, you are the God that goes before us. And your word tells us to pray for the peace of Israel, for they will prosper that love thee. God, your word is right and your word is true. So our necks are set out tonight expecting you to do great and mighty things. And we give you honor because you are God, and that there's no name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. But at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Come on and help me lift up the name of Jesus on tonight.
Would you please remain standing for the national anthem? Does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
In life, you will realize the more rewarding thing to do In life, you will realize the more rewarding thing to do the difficult but the right path over the easy path is one that will reward you, your family, and this beautiful nation.
He fell believing America was worth dying for. And for 250 years, our history has been written by those who stood firm against every force who swore to break this country.
Spiritual war, everybody, that is beyond just the material that we are seeing. This country was founded by courageous Bible-believing Christians. Jeremiah 29:7, seek the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. Disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God. Because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. Will the people who are the sovereign in this country do everything they possibly can with this incredible blessing given to us by God to fight back and win?
Where then is the road to peace? You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance.
When Turning Point USA was started, I could not have imagined what God had in store for this organization. My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who was generally conservative, I realized this generation, millennials, is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this. When Turning Point USA was started, I could not have imagined what God had in store for this organization. My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who was generally conservative, I realized we
Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever.
The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
We should be thankful, not angry, to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and saying we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country at this time. And yet I see that half our country seems upset. They seem angry that they're born in this country. America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none. Is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
250 years of brave Americans have proven those words true. Ordinary people choosing sacrifice over comfort, duty over self.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself. You still live in the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. There is still so much to be hopeful and to be thankful for. And we have agency.
When truth is under attack, America has always answered with voices that refuse to be silenced. Charlie was one of those voices, and now it's our turn to pick up the mic.
We have only begun to fight.
A lot of this could be done without me, and I believe that. I mean, from the high school department, the college department, let's make Turning Point so big that it can survive beyond just the founder. A lot of organizations and groups, as soon as a founder leaves, it just kind of collapses. A lot of my job is not always in the day-to-day details. It's very much vision casting, very much driving success. But we have a great board, and God forbid if something happens, they'll figure it out. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job.
You are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, you guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you. And Charlie always said the next generation will decide whether freedom endures. And because of you, I know that freedom will endure.
The next speaker is a very, very special speaker, and she has had a heroic last year, and I believe she's the best mom in the world. She is my hero and the love of my life. Join me in welcoming Erica Kirk.
This is a full circle moment for me. 2 years ago, my husband stood on this stage and said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And boy, did he. You know, it's really interesting. The enemy has thrown a lot of curveballs at us today and this week and the past 3 months, and one of them is the fact that my entire speech has been wiped because my iPad won't even turn on, so that's a fun technical difficulty that we can figure out. So we're just going to wing it. We're just gonna wing it. I was gonna share with you stats. I was gonna share with you all of the things that we have going on building. So I'm gonna just start it off with this. So last year, Charlie, I'll rewind. AmFest is Charlie's Super Bowl. Thank you. These are the stats. I got the stats, no speech. So again, we're gonna wing it. So AmFest last year, Charlie reminded me that this was his Super Bowl. And for those of you who are sitting in the back, my husband was very intentional about making sure he was in the back because he wanted to sit in what he considered maybe the worst seat in the arena. And he made it a point to listen to the whole intro video, every speaker video, and he would tell the team, louder, more bass, more noise. He would say there's a treble and a bass knob. Turn the ones to make it right. So even if you feel like you're in the worst seat in the house, you're not, because Charlie's sitting one of those. So you're in good company up there. But what's also very interesting is that when Charlie first and the team first came up with, since I don't have a speech, I might as well just walk around. When Charlie first came up with AmFest, he thought to himself, who would not love to celebrate America? So we're going to name it AmFest. And that's what he did. And I'll never forget, last year, we were blessed to have President Trump come and speak. And afterwards, Charlie turns to me, starts running. I'm like, where are you going? He's like, I'm about to go on Air Force One. I'm in heels trying to chase him to figure out what is going on. He goes, okay, so I got to get on Air Force One. I was like, good for you, baby. He's like, okay, so I need you to close out the AmFest, and I need you to do the staff meeting afterwards. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, you're closing out AmFest. And I was like, I am not closing out AmFest. He's like, yes, you are. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And he goes, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. I was like, you always say that to me whenever we're in a position where we won't, like there's no script, there's nothing. He's like, baby, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. So again, here we are. Right. So now we're opening AmFest. But what's so interesting, and what I have learned so much within these past 3 months, again, the enemy, but he will never win. We know we're on the winning side. God is so good. So Charlie loved to share AmFest stats, so that's what we're going to do really quick. He would love for you guys to know that 80% of the attendees have never attended a TEEP USA event before. So thank you for everyone who is new. Welcome home. Turning Point USA is your home, and we're loving that you're here. 1/3 of the attendees are students. We love our students. 54% are female attendees. Okay. We have 40 breakout sessions, 178 sponsors, all 50 states represented. We have 25 countries represented plus Puerto Rico, but I have the list here. Don't worry, guys, Egypt is not on the list. Don't worry about that. But, oh, how funny. I say Egypt and my iPad turns on. That's fun. Where were we? Okay. So anyways, the past 3 months I have learned a lot. You learn very quickly who is ready to go to war with you. You learn very quickly who thinks emotionally versus logically when you go through something as horrible that not only myself went through, but every single one of you in here that loved my husband. You find out who stays with you, who leaves, You find out a lot. You find out who's going to pray with you when there's no words left. And you also learn some unexpected things, like the fact that Joy Reid probably needs a really, really good hug. And honestly, I'm here for it if she needs it. I got a good hug for you. Good hug for you. I'll even touch the back of your head. But I love you guys. But here's what I've learned the most in these past 3 months, is that my husband, he deeply mattered on a multitude of levels, so much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated how much of a peacemaker he was and how much of a coalition builder he was. Because when he was assassinated, we saw infighting. We've seen fractures. We've seen bridges being burned that shouldn't be burnt. We saw a lot on full display. And what I knew as a wife, and I'm the same exact way as him. If you are trying to put up fight or flight mode, we're always fight mode. We don't retreat. Charlie would go wherever he needed to go, and I'm the same exact way. Same exact way. And you'll learn that. You'll learn that about me the more that you get to know me. I know I'm new here. I'm new here, but you'll learn. You'll learn. Him and I were not afraid of that. And that's also why the past several months, several weeks, I honored my husband by completing all of his pre-planned fall media tour hits for his book, any commitment he had. I wanted to honor that for him. I wasn't going on a media tour myself. This was for my husband. Because in our household, our word is our bond. And when you give it, you uphold it. So I honored my husband that way. And so what I'm inspired by is the fact that Charlie and I, again, will go wherever we need to go, but so will you. That's why you guys are here. All of you are here because you know that you're sitting saying, I want to do something. So that's why you came here. You came here to meet other people, to know that you're not in this fight alone. You're here for a purpose. God made you for a purpose. Students, raise your hands. Out of those students, drop your hands, put your hand up if you're in high school. Okay, all of you. I love it. I love my high schoolers. Charlie had a very special place in his heart for Club America. He's like, how could you not love Club America? All of you, again, going where you need to go. If your Club America is not set up or you want to set one up, step right into your admin's office. College students, raise your hands. Got a lot of them. So where you got to be willing to go is on your campus. That means either starting a chapter, joining a chapter, maybe even one day putting up a tent in the quad. We're not afraid. For churchgoers, hold your pastor accountable for biblical citizenship. Okay? There are so many ways to get involved. That's why Charlie built Turning Point USA the way he did. He didn't care your race, your age, your background. If Charlie listened to every single person that told him, you're too young to make a difference, you don't have enough connections, you're not going to do it, he would have let that noise consume him, and he would not have built the machine that he has built today. So don't you dare let anyone tell you you're too young, you're not smart enough, and you're not connected enough. As long as you're a part of Turning Point USA, we will empower you and give whatever you need to be able to make that come to life. Okay? Charlie wasn't just a speaker, he wasn't just a political thinker, he wasn't just a thought leader. Again, he was a bridge. He was a pathway. He was a connection point to generations. He was a pathway and connection point to communication, to inner politics. And he also looked at a generation that has been mocked, that has been dismissed, that has been discouraged, and told them, you matter, your ideas matter, your decisions matter. And he would say this country is still worth defending and still worth sacrificing for. So, like all of you, this is our turning point as well, especially as we move into 2026. And I want to share with you, off this paper, I'm not going to wing it this one because I want all of you guys to absorb the magnitude of these numbers. The number of student requests to get involved since 9/10, 140,000 plus get involved requests have been submitted since 9/10. 140,000. Total number of students involved, this is involved within Turning Point USA, 1 million plus students involved in Turning Point USA. Current chapter numbers as of December 18th, 2025, 3,082 Club America chapters, 1,432 college chapters. So that leaves 4,514 total chapters as of today. And we are starting 50 chapters per day at Turning Point USA. It's amazing. Something I also love right now is how we are getting some amazing state partnerships with Club America. I want to give a huge shout out to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's in the house. Florida. Okay. Indiana. Texas. Of course. And Tennessee. Another turning point for us for 2026 is the Make Heaven Crowded Tour, something I'm very excited about. For those of you who attended the memorial service, that revival is a slice of heaven that I'm going to make sure we take around this whole entire country. So we have different tour stops that are going to be coming up that I want you guys to be aware of. Feel free to take a picture whenever they put it up there. But if you're in any of these cities, we are bringing that to you. It's going to be amazing. God is so good. God is so good. I also want to note that our church partnership, since 9/10, we have over 8,000 church partnerships and counting. This one's very special to me. Charlie's love for debate will always be the DNA of Turning Point USA. We believe in debate because we believe in truth, and we believe in civil discourse because we believe that truth can withstand scrutiny. So that is why we will be launching the Pick Up the Mic initiative and getting back on campus for Prove Me Wrongs and campus tour events this spring and fall of 2026. I'm also really excited about everything that we're doing at Turning Point Action. We are locked in and mission focused for both 2026 and 2028. We're investing in states and not just in races. So what I mean by that is we are building the red wall, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire. That's going to be very important to us. We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible. And for our hometown Arizona folks, are you guys in the house? Arizona? Go bigs or go home is where we're at right now mentally. But my husband didn't build this movement so people could feel comfortable. He built this movement so people could feel brave and to be brave with action. So people could see on full display that when you stop talking to people, especially those that you disagree with, you are the one that actually becomes weaker. Let that sink in. So you may not agree with everyone on this stage this weekend, and that's okay. Welcome to America. Charlie would have welcomed that. He believed disagreement was something not to be canceled. It was something to confront with clarity, courage, and grace. And Charlie loved truth way more than conformity. So this weekend for me personally is laced with nostalgia and it's laced with hope. But deeper than that, it's about carrying forward what Charlie built and ultimately what he gave his life for. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. The mission didn't end with Charlie's life. It's being lived out through each and every one of you in your own way. Again, it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your race, doesn't matter your background. AmFest is not about echo chambers. It's very important to know that because it's about sharpening one another. It's about digging deeper into ideas instead of retreating into slogans. And it's about remembering that freedom requires responsibility and truth requires courage. So my challenge to you this weekend is very simple. Don't just attend AmFest. Let it mark you. Let it stretch you. Let it challenge assumptions, strengthen convictions, and maybe even make you a little uncomfortable, because that's where growth happens, in those moments. Let it be another turning point in your life. Another moment where you decide not to drift, not to disengage, not to give into cynicism, but to stand up boldly, to be brave, to speak clearly, because that is how we are going to honor Charlie. We are going to honor him not just with words, but with action. So with that, welcome to AmFest. God bless you guys.
I couldn't be more excited to be here today. The golden age of America is just beginning. I really believe that America right now is between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive. The scavengers believe that if you fail, it's probably somebody else's fault. Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism. How do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. The future of the country is not just President Trump. The future of the country is in this room. These young people here, it's the people who are in the audience. The future of the country is beginning right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Shapiro.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot. I really believe that the best way to judge a goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children, and on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erica and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, and a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that, a danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Unleashed with Scarlett Johnson, presented by Moms for Liberty. You can hear my voice. It sounds worse than it is. I'm actually recovering. I'm finally getting my voice back after a bad upper respiratory thing that's been going around. So I'm glad to be back doing the show. And today, I am honored to be joined by two of the most fearless constitutional law attorneys that we and Moms for Liberty have had the pleasure to work with. I'm so glad that you guys could join us today as we are a week away from Christmas Eve and about to start a new year. So we have with us Cece O'Leary, the Vice President of Legal Initiatives at the Southeastern Legal Foundation, and Kim Hermann, the Executive Director of Southeastern Legal Foundation. These fierce conservative women are among the nation's strongest voices pushing back against woke education and government overreach. The Southeastern Legal Foundation has taken on some of the most important legal battles in this country, from fighting discriminatory practices in school districts to holding federal agencies accountable to challenging unconstitutional actions by state officials like New York Attorney General Letitia James. Together, Cece and Kim lead cases that every parent in America needs to be aware of, and they're providing practical tips and resources for parents, school board members, and educators to equip you to protect your rights and fight for your child's rights and freedoms. So thank you guys for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We'll just jump right into it. My first question is, when you look at the legal landscape right now, what do you see as the biggest cases coming down the pipeline for the Supreme Court, and especially the ones that are likely to reach the Supreme Court? And how will these decisions shape the future of Title IX, parental rights, and all of those DEI policies that are still being pushed in classrooms, particularly in blue states?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in really quick and say, obviously, thank you for having us on today. And we're so happy to be able to partner and represent Moms for Liberty in some of these lawsuits. And across the board, one of the things that we're really seeing is parents willing to go on offense in all of these cases. And so as we kind of walk through some of the cases today, the important thing for everyone out there listening to know is that you don't have to wait for something bad to happen to you to be able to go into the courtroom and to use our judicial system. It is really, really important that all of us as parents, right? I'm a parent, I have an 8 and 11-year-old. That is one of the main reasons why we are in this fight. It's really just to fight for our kids and our Constitution. But we have constitutional rights. And so when we see that our school is doing something wrong, we have the ability to sue them. We have the ability to stop our federal government, to stop our states from trampling on our rights. And so that is something that we're seeing spreading across this country, is people and parents realizing that. And that, to me, is one of the most inspiring things that we're seeing right now.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just add, highlighting a couple of cases that we are closely watching at the Supreme Court. These are cases also that we have served as amicus on because we care so much about it and we want as many voices heard as possible. And so we want to support as many of these cases as we can. Some of them include Foote v. Ludlow, Little John v. Leon County Schools. In both of those cases, parents, were told that, or were not told by their schools that their children were transitioning genders. That was being hidden from their from those parents. And so those school districts have been hiding things like calling children by different pronouns, allowing children to go by different names. And so those parents are pushing back on those policies. They have every right to be informed and to direct the upbringing of their children, as we saw with Mahmoud v. Taylor, which came out. That case was hugely important in reaffirming that principle. But of course, it did leave a lot of open questions about what does that look like outside of the classroom when it comes to these gender policies. I'll also mention Defending Education versus Olentangy. That came out of the Sixth Circuit not too long ago, where the Sixth Circuit said that schools cannot force students to adopt, preferred pronouns, meaning they can't force students to recognize incorrect biological pronouns for their classmates. That was a huge victory for parents. We'll see if maybe the school district tries to appeal that to the Supreme Court. Frankly, I think that they would be kind of foolish to do so. But there are some really huge wins for the First Amendment that are being made, and we hope to see some big wins for parental rights across the board coming out from the Supreme Court very soon.
And real quickly, I wanted the background for the Foote decision, because you talked about that you filed an amicus brief for Foote v. Ludlow. The parents of an 11-year-old girl discovered that their daughter, who was struggling with mental health, questioning her biological sex, they had hired a therapist, and they told the Ludlow, Massachusetts school district not to have private conversations with their daughter about her mental health. And in defiance of that, they continued to do so. And they secretly met with her daughter regularly and encouraged her to transition, use a new name, new pronouns, and use a boys' bathroom. Now, this case is very similar to one Kettle Moraine case that was one here in Wisconsin Will, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, where again, it was a young girl, 11 years old, who, despite the parents saying, we've got this, our daughter's struggling, we're getting her therapy, we are not affirming, we don't believe that she is transgender, but the school secretly went behind the parents' back and went ahead to find the parents' wishes, and they tried to transition their daughter. And their daughter right now, Autumn, is a happy, healthy 17-year-old girl who is very thankful that her mom fought back. So these are really important decisions that finally this is going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and you too, Scarlett, had an amazing win not too long ago with the First Amendment. I don't know if you want to touch on that, but yeah, parents should be able to, speak out when they see that something wrong is happening in their schools as well.
Kim, how do you feel that? What is your instinct about this case? How is this going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we've been seeing from the Supreme Court is a renewed willingness to look at parental rights. We saw that in the Mahmoud case that you guys Cece mentioned, and that I know you guys at Moms for Liberty have been involved in. And so I think that we're headed in the right direction here. There's also some other cases that are up at the Supreme Court that are going to give us some definitions with respect to Title IX. Right? We know that when Congress passed Title IX back in 1972, when they said that there's equal opportunity for all sexes in education, right? What they meant by sex was a boy and a girl, a man and a woman. There was no concept of gender identity. This concept was not that it was a fluid and that you could change your sex or change your gender identity. And, we saw with the Biden administration, they tried to stop that. They tried to say that sex can be whatever you want and allow boys and girls bathrooms and boys and girls sports. We stopped that. But this issue is still very much alive. We're seeing it in many states. And the Supreme Court is finally going to look at this issue. And I have all of the confidence in the world now. I never know what they're going to do. But I don't think that the Supreme Court would have taken the cases that we've been talking about, the cases that are going to give us that final definition, right, where a court saying, we agree, Congress meant a boy is a boy and a girl is a girl, if they weren't ready to do that, if they didn't grant these cases. And so I think it's going to be a blockbuster term once again.
And just because not everyone is in, deep in as we are, could you briefly explain Mahmoud v. Taylor? And you're correct, we had Moms for Liberty members that were plaintiffs. One of our leaders was one of the few named plaintiffs, Rosalind Hanson. So could you briefly explain that decision and what that means for parents?
In that case, students as young as kindergarten were being exposed to books in the classroom all about LGBTQ plus issues, gender identity. There was one book about puppies that were transgender or something like that. Other books where they had to identify the drag queen. I mean, just things that were insane. And the school district decided to just stop telling parents that they were going to be teaching children these books, let alone give parents the opportunity to opt their kids out of those lessons. And so those parents fought back, and that case worked its way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, no, these parents have a right to know what is happening in their kids' classes. And they have a right to opt their children out of these particular lessons because these lessons do go a little bit too far. The Supreme Court did leave open a lot of questions, such as, this was brought in the context of religious objections to the lessons. What about if someone just doesn't want their child to be exposed to these, not on a religious basis? Some of those questions still need to be answered. But at the end of the day, this was a huge win and a great starting point for a lot of these challenges that we're seeing work their way back up to the court.
Yeah, and it really shows that the court is willing to take a hard look at these issues. For decades, cases like this would, and not with the LGBTQ issues, because those weren't happening in schools, right? Thankfully, right? When we were growing up in the 90s and stuff, we weren't seeing things like that. But the issues of parental rights, opting out, right? Opting out of sex education. That was a really big issue. And these were things that were happening at the lower court. So people would bring lawsuits about them at the district court and appellate court level. And the Supreme Court wasn't granting cert, right? They get, thousands upon thousands of requests to hear cases every year, and they grant such a small percentage of those that if they are granting these as one of those small 100 cases that they're going to hear, it's for a reason. We saw that last term with Mahmoud. I think we're going to see that again. And so I would encourage all parents to really keep a close eye on the Supreme Court, especially as we get into the arguments in June and February in some of these cases.
All right. And some other cases that you're directly involved in include, I'm saying it right, Stovall versus Jefferson County Board of Education, and that has to do with racially discriminatory discipline. So what's happening with that case?
So our Stovall versus Jefferson County is actually, it's focused on a mental health survey that was given to students in that school district and that parents couldn't get copies of. And so our client there, Miranda Stovall, she asked the school for a copy of the survey, just like so many of us do. We want to see what's happening in our kids' school. And they said, we can't give it to you because it's copyright. I can't tell you how many parents have come to us, and I know have raised this issue over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, saying schools say we can't see the curriculum because it's copyrighted. And so we filed a lawsuit in federal court. The Sixth Circuit just heard oral argument on this last week. And so we're really hopeful that we can continue to litigate this in the federal courts. They're the only ones who can actually tell us whether this is copyrighted or not. Parents don't want to sell this information. They just want to see what surveys are being given to their kids and what curriculum.
I can't tell you how many times I have personally heard this, or I've been in contact with parents who ask to see curriculum surveys, and they're told it's copyright. You can't see it. Sometimes they'll say you can come in and view it, but you can't take pictures. And if we're using our tax dollars to purchase, then why can't we see this material?
Right. And parents don't want to go sell it, right? It's just a fair use. We all just want to know what's happening. And so, this is an issue that is complicated when you get into the legal nuances of it, but from a common sense perspective, it's actually quite easy to understand. And so, we would also say these cases need to be brought. And so we're really proud to represent Ms. Stovall in this case. And we hope that if other parents come across this issue and they want to stand up for it, that they know that we at Southeastern Legal Foundation are here to help them do that, because we need to be suing on this issue throughout the country.
Yes, 100%. And now on the collegiate level, you just issued a demand letter because the University of North Georgia has policies that conflict with federal law. What's happening there? Because I have kids that are in college too. I'm really concerned about what's happening on college campuses.
Yeah, well, as everyone by now is well aware, President Biden tried to completely gut Title IX when he was in office by changing the definition of sex from biological male or female to include gender identity. We fought back, representing Moms for Liberty. We won a huge injunction. It stopped the rule from going into effect in schools in all 50 states. And we represented both Moms for Liberty and Young America's Foundation. So our preliminary injunction applied to both college students and K through 12 students. Now, unfortunately, even though we have this courtroom victory and there were a lot of other courts that came out and said, no, this rule is unconstitutional, a lot of schools and a lot of states either don't know that those court rulings came out or they don't care. And so a lot of them are not complying with these federal court orders. So here in our backyard at the University of North Georgia, they have a Title IX policy on the books, an anti-harassment policy that basically says you can't harass somebody, you can't hurt somebody's feelings based on how they identify. That violates those court orders. It violates Title IX as it was written by Congress. It violates executive orders. And so we issued a demand letter putting the university on notice that it was potentially violating students' freedom of speech because they couldn't say a boy is a boy and a girl is a girl under that policy. And we're proud to say that the university did change its policies online. It removed the language that we had raised. And so now they are in compliance with federal law.
That's great. And I do have to shout out, because I can't count how many conversations I had with Kim over the summer of 2024 when we had that miraculous win. That injunction, I remember exactly when it came down, because I was driving with my family to celebrate 4th of July, and I ended up spending the whole night sending out emails, trying to get because every school district that had there's a child that was a child of a mom who's in Moms for Liberty. Well, that school had this ability to basically not have to comply with the Biden overhaul. And explaining this, understanding this, and then we had to list all the school districts and send them and get them, and do this all in just the right way, just the legal way. But it was amazing because of that win in Wisconsin, we were able to hold back, basically just keep the fortress up long enough for Trump to win, and then immediately sign those executive orders and Department of Education to issue guidance that would be in contradiction to what Joe Biden was trying to do. But however, in a lot of blue states, there are parents that I talk to every day where their school district is basically saying, I don't care what the guidance is from the Department of Education or the Department of Justice. I don't care about the executive orders. We are going full steam ahead. So what do you say to those parents?
We say, call us, to be honest. And I remember when that ruling came down too, I was boarding an international flight with my kids, and the Wi-Fi was out on the flight. And so when I landed in France, I opened up my phone and was like, oh my goodness, this has gone crazy. Everyone's so we were excited, but I don't think I realized how excited everyone was going to be, right? Because the impact of that case was so huge, and had text messages from everyone. And it was just a huge win. But for parents in blue states that are still facing this, honestly, my message is to call us. We are diligently working in states like Colorado, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, a number, there's more that I could name, to push back against the state laws that say that sex is gender identity, essentially, right? That a boy is not a boy, a girl is not a girl, it doesn't really matter, and forcing schools sometimes to allow boys into girls' locker rooms when the schools don't even want to do it. But the only way that we're going to stop it is if we bring those lawsuits and go on offense. So my message is, reach out to us at Southeastern Legal Foundation. We're here. For people that don't know, we're a 501c3. So we're a nonprofit public interest law firm. We represent our clients free of charge. I don't mean to sound like an infomercial, but I think it's important. No. A lot of people don't know that groups like ours exist and that we've existed for 50 years. This is what we do. We're here for the mission. We're here because we love our country. We're here because we want to save our schools. And so if you want to fight back, you have partners that want to do that with you.
Yes, and that you go to the website, your website, which I'll put links up, and you file a legal intake form, correct?
Absolutely. You can hit the contact form or hit a submit a case. We read all of them. We will get back to you. There's a lot that goes into building these offensive cases. And what we mean by that is it's getting ahead of the case, as I mentioned. And so, you stay out of factual disputes. You keep the law the main thing. That's how you're able to secure wins like we did in our case so quickly and so effectively. There is a strategy to it. We can't help everyone that has an issue that's happened to their kid, but we will try to help connect you with Moms for Liberty if you're not a member, or with other attorneys out there. There's so many people out there doing this great work because the country is on our side, right? When you look at the polling data on this Title IX issue, what 85-90% of Americans agree with all of us.
Yes. And sometimes a demand letter will work, right? Just like sometimes you hope, but there are cases where if you are in a district where they're, maybe more moderate or lean conservative, maybe you getting involved, a demand letter, contacting, putting up on social media, going public, sometimes that can work.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Cece.
Well, because what we found is that a lot of these schools in these more conservative districts or states like UNG, it's a red state here, maybe they just don't know where the law or the landscape is, the legal landscape is right now. And so we kind of view these demand letters as informing them first and foremost, giving them a chance to change their policies before we sue them. And everybody's happy because we don't have to spend a lot of time in court and they don't have to spend a lot of money. So it's kind of a win-win that way. Or like you said, publicizing these issues, trying to put pressure on through media and things like that. There are several tools available in the legal toolbox that we often talk about, which we do cover in our resources, which I know we'll get to in a little bit here.
Yes. And we have some big Title IX cases that we'll be hearing oral arguments on very soon. I'm not sure exactly when, but very soon. What are those cases and what is the impact going to be?
Yeah, I mean, the impact is going to be that we'll have a court, right? We'll have the Supreme Court weighing in on the definitions in Title IX. And so it will take away the ability of states to change the definition of sex to be whatever they want. It will no longer be able to be, say, a subjective standard like we see in states like Wisconsin or states like New York or California. It will mean what Congress intended back in 1972. That is what we're hopeful the courts will reach. That is what we're hopeful that they will say. We're feeling positive about it. There's great attorneys arguing those cases. And so it probably won't be till June till we get opinions in those. So it is going to take some time, right? There'll probably be some of the last opinions issued, is everyone's guess from this term. But we will have those solid definitions so that should a Democrat get into the White House, right, in 3 years, should Democrats take back over Congress, we know that they are going to try to do everything they can to bring back the Biden Title IX policy. They will no longer be able to do that.
So do you have an idea when oral arguments will be heard? I know as early as January, there's going to be oral arguments in some big cases, right?
Yeah, I think that those are being heard in January. Cece, I don't know. I haven't looked at the calendar in a minute.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head. I want to say that Hecox, that's the big Idaho sports case. I think that one is set for January as well. But it feels like there's so many to be keeping track of right now that we can't always stay on top of it all.
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping to go, be able to go in and last year I just missed it. I wasn't able to actually go into the Supreme Court and listen to arguments. So I listened outside, but I'm hoping this year to get him. So let's talk.
Just side note on that, you absolutely should. It is an amazing experience. We've taken a couple cases to the Supreme Court, and since I've been here for the last 15 years, and you don't even need to be at the table. Just being in the room itself is so grand. You know something special is happening there, and so I highly encourage you to be able to go inside for those arguments.
I'm excited to do that.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to talk about the resources that you have available. And there are many. And I know that you're going to be coming out with some new resources. But if you go to your website, this is what's there right now. There's a guide to First Amendment rights. And these are great. You can download them. They're available for free. Do you guys want to kind of go through these resources, give a brief overview?
Absolutely. So that first one that you're hovering over, it's called Your First Amendment Rights and What to Do About Them. This is for our college students. So this is actually the very first guidebook that we ever came out with. And the reason we came out with it is because we were hearing from college students across America that were running into free speech issues on their campuses. And what we learned is that many of them don't know that they have rights, or they might know that they have rights, but they don't really know what those rights are. And we unfortunately can't be lawyers to every single college student in America. So with this guidebook, we want to give them some practical tools where they can download this onto their phones, or we have hard copies that we send to them. And they can take these with them when they have an event, when they go and table and hand out flyers on campus, so that if someone comes up to them and tells them, you can't be standing here, or your speaker is too controversial, you can't have that speaker, they know exactly what is wrong with those statements and how to push back against them. And so in the back of this guidebook, we provide some real world scenarios to walk college students through some of their rights. Same thing with the one right next to it. This one is meant specifically for parents of K through 12 students. And in this, we cover free speech rights, but also a lot of other rights and issues that we see come up time and time again in K through 12 schools. So very first page, as you can see, all about critical race theory. We put this guidebook out in 2021, I believe, when CRT was really being implemented in every lesson plan, every policy, every school district across America. And so
I'm seeing a resurgence of we thought this issue was behind us.
No.
I am seeing a huge resurgence in racial identity politics being infused into classrooms again. And it's kind of shocking that this is rearing its head all over again.
Absolutely. And that's why this is the very first page of our guidebook, because if people don't believe in equality, then they don't believe in America and everything that America is founded on. And so it's really important that we win this battle on race and equal treatment and equal rights. But we cover a lot of other issues in that guidebook as well. Then we have, go ahead, Kim.
I just want to mention something on what Scarlett said, because I think that this is important for parents to hear, is that I think one of the reasons why we're seeing a big resurgence is that it took the progressive left a minute to rebrand DEI, right? It took them a little bit to figure out, we can't call it critical race theory anymore. We've been figured out. We can't call it DEI. We've been figured out. So now it's access and opportunity. That's what we're seeing. And so, you can open records request your school district's access and opportunity department, and I will guarantee you that it will be all of the exact same people employed in that were employed in their DEI and any other, department that they called it. And so we've been calling this out to the U.S. Department of Education. As schools say, we no longer are doing DEI, it's really important that we let the Department of Education know what schools are still doing it. And so to parents, don't back down on this, explore it, get those records and expose it. With a story on the podcast with Scarlett, send it to people on Twitter, let people see it.
You're 100% right. I have just started looking into some of the equity directors in Wisconsin and UW-Madison and the Wisconsin system. They are still employed full-time.
Mm-hmm.
So they just have different. So do we honestly think that, they've given up, they're no longer doing their equity work? No, they've just rebranded and they are doing it somewhere else and they're quieter about it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So sorry, I wanted to just take a moment to flag that for parents out there.
No, that's good.
No, and then kind of same with Title IX, we have this resource here. We first put it out in August of 2024 after Biden's rule came out, educating parents on all of the key changes in the rule and how it kind of violated Title IX as Congress intended it to be. We updated it this year because obviously, like we've talked about, we had those wins. We had the executive orders kind of reinstating Congress's intent, but a lot of schools and a lot of states are not complying. And so same kind of thing with DEI. A lot of them are just rebranding. They're hiding their Title IX policies within other policies, but they're still using that gender identity language. So this resource is to help parents identify some of that bad language, that red flag language, where if they're seeing that in their school policies, they should be reaching out to us.
And here, the contact info right here, and I'll put this in the, I'll have all this available when this is aired live. The info at southeasternlegal.org is email. And then you can just go to slfliberty.org and get all of this information. And then we have, I know this one, we handed many of these out when we went to events.
Yeah, so this one was, excuse me, this was a labor of love with WIL, Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, and DFI, Defense of Freedom Institute. And our groups came together and put out this really comprehensive, you can see it's 43 pages,
yes.
Diving into all of the ins and outs of Title IX, especially with Biden's changes to Title IX. This was published in the fall of 2024, and it's really meant for school board members so that they understand the good aspects of Title IX and the law as it should be, and then all of the ways that Biden and local states and school and people on their school boards who might not agree with them might be trying to attack Title IX.
And these are so important today because look at, you have the history, because there's so many school board members still fighting this in Wisconsin, where we've got a Democrat governor and Republican state assembly and state Senate. So it's always good to have this handy so that when you're a school board member and you're meeting with the district lawyer who's telling you, oh, you don't have to listen to President Trump's executive orders, or, oh, he has it wrong. Well, you've got these materials where you could say, oh, wait, no, I actually know the facts. And I've seen many school board members effectively fight back because they understand the law.
Yep. Yeah. Knowing the law is really the most powerful weapon. The Constitution is written for everyone, right? Every American has rights and should know what those rights are. You don't necessarily need a lawyer every time to fight your battles. This is something that every parent and school board member and teacher can know and understand, and students as well. So this next guidebook, Protecting Free Speech in K-12 Schools, this is really meant for children and parents in public K-12 schools to understand what their free speech rights are on school grounds. We also, while we focus mostly on children's rights in schools and how they might, be restricted in some ways in K-12 schools, how they can push back, we also cover parents' rights at school board meetings, or any member of the public who wants to speak out at a school board meeting. And then we also cover a little bit on teachers' rights, and we do that in our trainings as well. I should have mentioned earlier, but with each of these guidebooks, we have corresponding trainings and webinars where we just kind of do a deeper dive into these issues and talk through some of these scenarios, on a more individual and intimate basis, so that we can really get to the heart of some of parents' questions, because that's our favorite thing to do, is to just be able to interact with parents and members of the public. And yeah, I know I keep kind of saying the word educate, but educate them on all of their rights.
And speaking about that, let's talk about, that's a bad picture, but let's talk about Letitia James and what's happening, because trying to infringe on the First Amendment rights of school board members and even students talking in school board meetings about what's happening in schools.
Yeah, this is one of the more insane things that we've seen. And honestly, in nearly two decades of practicing law, it's probably the most egregious First Amendment violation. And so what's happening here is, back in May, Letitia James and the New York School Board of Education issued a guidance letter saying that if school board members allow open debate on transgender issues in a school board meeting, that they can be removed from office. When we talk about open debate, what we're really talking about, and what the letter says, is that if a school board member wants to allow somebody to get up and say, boys should be in girls' locker rooms, boys should be in girls' sports, you should have to use incorrect pronouns if that's what somebody wants to be used for themselves, then all of that is allowed. But if a young girl gets up and says, I do not want to physically undress in front of a boy in a locker room, I do not want to compete against boys in girls' sports, or a parent gets up, or a community member, or a school board member, Letitia James is saying that she can come in and remove that elected school board member from their office if they do not silence the student, the parent, or the community member. So it puts we represent school board members and parents in this lawsuit. It puts the school board members in a position of being an umpire and saying, oh, well, what that student got up and said they don't want to undress in front of a boy. I have to cut off their mic, make them sit down, never allow them to speak in a school board meeting, or else I'm going to get removed from my office. This is insane. It is a blatant viewpoint discrimination, blatant compelled speech. And so just last week, we filed a lawsuit on behalf of school board members and parents across the state of New York.
This case is particularly chilling to me because not only the bullying of school board members, because I could see how this could happen in Wisconsin, school board members that aren't falling in line, but then to say that students, parents that basically come to the school board meetings and they give their 3-minute speech saying this is how I feel, like this is just so chilling, because this is the only opportunity that we have as parents to come and give our voice and speak out. And they already try to limit the time. They try to only give an hour to speak, and then they front load with their speakers. There's already so many tactics, but now to outright just say, we're going to cut the mic if you basically don't toe the line and affirm the gender, or if you use language that we don't approve of. So that's very scary to me.
Yeah, and it's a real live issue. You know, one of our clients, Carrie Watchter, who has been speaking out against this, she is a school board member. She is the president of the school board in Massapequa on Long Island, New York. And this is a live issue. They have been debating what their policy should be with respect to this as a school board. And as a school district, they've actually stood up for girls and for our boys, right? I mean, I have a son in middle school. He does not want to change in front of a girl for PE any more than my daughter wants to change in front of a boy, right? He doesn't want to be competing against girls in sports. Lord knows he wouldn't be able to, you know, he plays lacrosse and contact sports. He wouldn't be able to do anything in those sports, right, with what we've taught him. And so this is really insane. But we have school board members who don't want to silence parents. And so they're allowing this speech, and they're putting themselves in danger for being removed. And, you know, one question that we've gotten asked a lot is, well, if they're allowing the speech and the speech is happening, then what's the issue? Well, before this guidance even came out, the New York School Board of Education and Letitia James tried to remove other school board members for allowing this type of speech, right? They took disciplinary action against school board members before they even had this guidance letter. And so the fear here is very, very real. And the state of New York is not going to be the only one. If this can stand there, like you said, it's coming to Wisconsin. It's coming to California.
I'll just add a lot of these New York Education Department officials are unelected. And so what they're trying to do is come in and remove elected officials from school boards. These people were elected to be the voice for their constituents, and these unelected bureaucrats are trying to remove them from office. It is so undemocratic. It's so un-American. It's really chilling, like you said, Scarlett.
That's a really good point, that unelected administrators removing elected officials. And this New York school board is doing the right thing. They are following the law. They are following the guidance issued by the Department of Education, Department of Justice, executive orders. And they already are being sued, right, by, was it an ACLU group for taking that bold stand in New York. So they're just under fire. And so that's pretty cool, pretty powerful that they continue to keep standing when it's tough. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, I mean, we're really hopeful that we'll have a good resolution there. The law, like we said, the law is on our side. This is un-American. The support for the case has been overwhelming. To be perfectly honest, we thought it would resonate, but I don't know if we realized just how many people in New York wanted to take a stand against Letitia James and her overreach here, and how fearful school board members and parents across the country are that this could come to their state. And so this is a really, really important case, and we're really just proud to be part of it.
Yeah, it's really important because running for school board can be as challenging as running for Senate. They really, it's David and Goliath every time. And so we want to not just get them elected, but support them once they are elected and they are the woke mob comes after them. And so I appreciate all the work that you're doing in this case, because it's difficult to get people to run for school board already. And if these kind of tactics are successful, it'll be really, really challenging.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But parents have to just stay strong. And, there's a few other cases that are percolating. There was we were talking about the Supreme Court earlier. There was a petition filed by our friends over at the Mackinac Center in Michigan yesterday, where they're representing a parent who was the subject of an FBI investigation, right? This is going all the way back to 2021, 2022, when, we were all being called domestic terrorists. And if you spoke up at a school board meeting, the FBI was being called on you. And so they actually just filed a petition with the U.S. Supreme Court to look and asking them to take a First Amendment retaliation claim. And so, this ability to speak freely at school boards is not just an issue with what we're talking about. It's everywhere, because we've been under attack, right? When you go speak up, you're called a domestic terrorist, you're put on a watch list, you're put on the SPLC hate list, you name it, you've dealt with it firsthand, Scarlett, and stuff. And so we just have to keep on running for these offices and keep on fighting.
So in closing, I want to give each of you a chance to give a message to all those who are watching, and talk about, again, put your resources and where they can go and what parents should be doing, and teachers and school board members. So Kim, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I would just say keep fighting, right? We have to save our schools. We talk so much about this being a culture war or a faith war. We're really in a constitutional war. When we look at critical race theory, when we look at Title IX, look at all of these, the core is to undermine America and undermine our way of life, undermine our republic. And so we owe it to our kids to keep fighting no matter how hard it is. And just know that you have partners in this. You've got Moms for Liberty to help you learn how to advocate, to have that camaraderie, to have that fellowship in the fight. And you've got groups like ours, Southeastern Legal Foundation, who are here to help educate and equip you from a legal side and represent you in court. And so we're just thankful to be able to be a small part of this battle to save our schools.
Yes. I'll just add, we've been around for 50 years, and our mission here at SLF is to rebuild the American Republic, to restore it to what our founding fathers envisioned and intended. And as part of that mission, it's our goal to save America's schools, to save our public schools, our government schools, and make sure that they are staying in their lanes and following the Constitution. And so, like Kim said, it's going to take every single one of us to be pushing back in this constitutional war. And so that's why we are putting out these resources, so that every single parent, every single teacher, school board member, student, from kindergarten through college and beyond, can know what their rights are, how they can be fighting back, and all of the tools available to them, both in and outside of the courtroom.
Yes. Well, thank you both for coming on today and talking about these issues. And I look forward to talking to you again after oral arguments in January. And I'm sure after the new year, there's always, you think like, oh, everything's going to be quiet for a little while. And then boom, something happens and everything gets blown up. But I really appreciate you both taking the time to come on and explain. And when are your new resources going to be out?
Yeah, so we have a brand new First Amendment guidebook that is actually on our website. It hasn't even hit print yet, so this is an exclusive, but it's really geared towards, it's called The Truth About Free Speech. protecting your rights from kindergarten through college and beyond. And it really just synthesizes all of your free speech rights into one guidebook. So we have our college student guidebook, we have our K-12 guidebook. This one compiles everything into one because we know that many parents, many Moms for Liberty members, they have kids in college and they have kids in K through 12 schools. And we also cover, again, your rights at school board meetings and things like that. So I encourage people to check that one out. And we hope to have some other resources coming out soon for public school parents shortly after, we hit the new year. So stay tuned for that.
Great. And then I have, you can see right here, and then you can download this. And these are great materials. You can, if you are an activist, if you are in Moms for Liberty or any other parental rights organization, these are great to take when you set up a table, have a few copies of these, and then let people know where they can go to download them and give them to school board members, to teachers, to your college kids, so that they can understand their freedoms and their rights.
Absolutely. And if they want copies, they can always reach out to us, or they can reach out to Moms for Liberty and you guys can get them in touch with us. We love to mail these out. So like Scarlett said, you guys can table with them. We just want to get them in the hands of everyone in America.
We'll need some of these for our legislative day in February.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually going to be, I think, attending some of the legislative days. So I think they're really, really powerful days that you guys hold across this country.
Yes.
They get people excited and they get people listening.
Yep. And we have some big elections in Wisconsin in 2026, governor, Congress. So we've got a lot, statewide races. So a lot of important elections coming up. We have school board races in April and a state Supreme Court race. So it's really important. So, well, thank you guys. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Scarlett.
Bye. Thank you. Today, we talked about the surge of legal intimidation against parents, from weaponized guidance letters to threats from officials like Letitia James, and provided the resources available to help moms and dads stand firm. Southeastern Legal Foundation has become a lifeline for families who refuse to be silenced. And we at Moms for Liberty are so grateful for their leadership in restoring sanity, fairness, and freedom in our schools. So thank you, Cece O'Leary and Kim Hermann from the Southeastern Legal Foundation. You're both two joyful warriors fighting alongside us, fighting for America's children, the Constitution, and the rights of every parent. And we are so grateful for you. We stand alongside anyone who brings clarity, courage, and deep commitment to restoring the rule of law in education. And it's just so necessary right now to do that. And before we close out, I do want to mention that where to go to find these resources. This is very important. I'm going to put this right now. All right. So here is where you go, just slfliberty.org, and then resources. So you can go straight to their website. All the materials are there. All of the information about the cases that we talked about today are there, as well as links to their social media, their Facebook, Instagram, X account. So everything that you need is right there. Again, let's show this. Go to slfliberty.org and learn more. And these resources are great. And as Kim and Cece said, you can reach out to them and they will mail you the hard copies. So if you are about to have an event and you need 50 copies, contact them a few weeks ahead of time and they will mail out these materials to you so that you can hand those hard copies out. I know a lot of times when I do events, I speak, there's legislative days. A lot of people appreciate that hard copy and it's really pretty well done. So be sure to do that. Reach out to them and get more information, more materials. And of course, if you are a parent or a student or a teacher or school board member and your rights are being violated, make sure you contact Moms for Liberty or the Southeastern Legal Foundation and fill out a legal intake form. Those are taken very seriously. And right now, it's 2026, as we embark upon 2026, all I'm hearing from leaders and from these 501c3 law firms is we are looking for cases. So please, they are looking for cases that they can take to the courts so that we can institute this lasting change through the legal process. So speak up, stand up, and fight for your kids and fight for your rights. And so don't go anywhere, because coming next, I'm going to interview Scott Jennings. I'm very excited about this interview. Been looking forward to it for a long time. I think it's going to be very fun and entertaining, as he is brilliant, and we're going to discuss his new book and so many other things. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Hey, everyone. I'm trying to get this a little clearer. I've got a new camera and it's really great, but I'm learning the settings, and so it feels like it looks a little blurry. So I'll correct that in a little bit. You know what they said, this would be funny. Put your hand up and then back away, and that's supposed to help. I think, did that help? I think it did, maybe a little bit. All right, yeah. So unfortunately, Scott Jennings had to reschedule because he has a commitment with CNN. And there was just a big announcement. He is going to be now a regular on the Charlie Kirk Show. So I'm really excited to talk to him about that. And we do have, so we do have a date set. It's going to be December 29th that I will be recording. So trying to get this out before the new year. I'm just super excited to talk to Scott Jennings. I have actually been reading this book almost through, and it's really, really good. A lot of powerful statements. I think it's tremendous, and I actually bought one for my husband for Christmas too. So I'm earmarking a lot of places in this book that I think are really good, where he's made some really, really good statements. So I was going to talk a little bit more, but I need to fix this. This is a very blurry image. So I'm going to go right to putting up the what took place today in DC, Health and Human Services, huge announcement. And I'm very excited about it. And please forgive the voice. Some people really like it, but I had a double ear infection, a sinus infection, pneumonia, like at the works. It was like, boom, mom had to take a break. God was like, since you haven't been resting, you've been, burning the candle at both ends. I finally got like kapow. So I do feel much, much better. I'm not 100%, but I have not yet managed to get my voice back. Anyone has any home remedies, let me know. Probably to slow down and rest, but that is quite impossible as it is nearly Christmas and I've got just about a gabillion things to do. I had a huge Christmas party, which was amazing, and I've got several more to go. So I'm going to fix the camera real fast. And while I'm doing that, we're going to start watching what happened today. I wanted to make some comments as we watch this, but let's just get it on stage so I can do some work.
Congressman John Joyce, Congresswoman Diana Harshberger, Congressman Bob Onder, Congressman Robert Aderholt, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, Congressman Tim Walberg, Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill, Administrator Mehmet Oz, Director Jay Bhattacharya, Commissioner Marty McCary, and Admiral Brian Christine. And a special thanks to Chloe Cole for being with us today to bravely share her odyssey. Doctors assume a solemn obligation to protect children. Yet doctors across the country now provide needless and irreversible sex-rejecting procedures that violate their sacred Hippocratic oath by endangering the very lives that they are sworn to safeguard. The American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, peddled the lie that chemical and surgical sex-rejecting procedures could be good for children who suffer from gender dysphoria. They betrayed the estimated 300,000 American youth ages 13 to 17, conditioned to believe that sex can be changed. They betrayed their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice. We're done with junk science driven by ideological pursuits, not the well-being of children. A peer-reviewed report published by the HHS Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health last month confirms that sex-rejecting procedures impose medical dangers and lasting harm on children who receive these interventions. So today we are taking 6 decisive actions, guided by gold standard science and the week 1 executive order from President Trump to protect children from chemical and surgical mutilation. This morning I signed a declaration: sex-rejecting procedures are neither safe nor effective treatment for children with gender dysphoria. These procedures fail to meet professionally recognized standards of care. Medical professionals or entities providing sex-rejecting procedures to children are out of compliance with these standards of health care. This declaration is a clear directive to providers to follow the science and the overwhelming body of evidence that these procedures hurt, not help, children. Additionally, CMS is proposing 2 new rules. The first rule will bar hospitals that participate in Medicare and Medicaid, which is almost every hospital, from performing these dangerous and harmful procedures. The second rule prohibits the federal Medicaid dollars from funding the sex-rejecting procedures on minors. The FDA is issuing warning letters to 12 manufacturers of breast binders, which are medical devices used for purposes such as assistance in recovery from cancer-related mastectomies. The FDA is telling these companies that the illegal marketing of breast binders to children for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria commits significant regulatory violations and requires swift congressional or corrective action. If the manufacturers don't comply, they could face enforcement actions, including product seizures. Furthermore, HHS is also moving to reverse the Biden administration's attempt to include gender dysphoria within the definition of disability. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, was the primary author of the Americans with Disabilities Act and of the 1978 amendments that strengthened the Rehabilitation Act. The Biden-era amendments that designated gender dysphoria as a disability serve the commercial interest of a predatory, multi-billion-dollar industry that betrayed the original intention of those laws engendered widespread public resentments against those laws among the American people and discredited the statutes in the public mind. These are statutes that were designed to protect the most vulnerable Americans, and the misuse
superb document created a foundation
among the American people and discredited the statues in the public mind. These are statues that were designed to protect the most vulnerable Americans, and the misuse of these statues for these purposes injures the statues themselves and injures other people who are entitled to that protection and who Americans want to see protected. Our proposed rule will reassure recipients of HHS funding that policies preventing or limiting the sex-rejecting procedures do not violate disability non-discrimination requirements. Finally, our Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Brian Christine, today signed a public health message to inform healthcare providers, families, and policymakers that current evidence does not support claims that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries are safe and effective treatments for pediatric gender dysphoria. These announcements are grounded in evidence and shaped by compassion. President Trump has made child protection a national priority. The Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy demonstrates that commitment. Sex-rejecting procedures rob children of their futures. The Maha Commission strategy report calls for an end to over-medicalization of our children. Unnecessary medical interventions drive big money interests that push sex-rejecting treatments. Today's revenue for sex-rejecting drugs and surgeries in 2023 were estimated in one study to exceed $4.4 billion and on track to exceed $7.8 billion by 2030. One doctor was recorded callously describing sex-rejecting procedures as a big moneymaker. Hospitals rake in millions of dollars by convincing boys and girls that a lifetime of off-label prescriptions for estrogen and testosterone blockers, chest reconstruction surgeries, and more are the only way to achieve true happiness and belonging in life. It's wrong. The Trump administration will not stand by while ideology, misinformation, and propaganda push vulnerable young people into decisions they cannot fully understand and that they can never reverse. On my watch, HHS will stand for radical transparency and informed consent. We follow the evidence, we employ gold standard science, we honor the moral obligation to do no harm. There is divine worth in every person, and it shines most brightly in our children. That worth commands us to protect them. And as long as I serve as HHS Secretary, this agency will do so. Thank you all very, very much.
Sorry, I thought I was last. I guess I'm not. Secretary Kennedy, thank you very much. His bold words tonight reflect a deep passion that he's expressed since very early in this administration, and it represents why HHS needs to be in the forefront of issues like this. The white paper that was crafted, it's several hundred pages long, but is actually a superb document, created a foundation for CMS, my agency, Medicare and Medicaid, to take bold action as well to address some of the challenges. But I want to take a second and outline where we are right now. There's an op-ed that Steph Carlton, my chief of staff, was over here somewhere, and I penned that just issued while we've been sitting here, and it highlights some of these issues. But of course, it all came out of the executive order of the president, protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. Simple title, descriptive and accurate in its desire to do just that. And today we will deliver that to the president and to the secretary. Many of you, as you walked through the front portal of this building, the Hubert Humphrey building, saw Senator Humphrey's quote on the side wall. And he speaks about the moral obligation of government to take care of those at the dawn of life, our children. 53% of children in America are in Medicaid or CHIP programs. So we provide insurance to most children, and commercial insurance follow us. But we are in a weird place in America where we have mixed politics and medicine. And do you know what you get when you mix politics and medicine? Politics. There is no medicine left. We witnessed that with bizarre statements, predatory actions, and many other activities that I think have forced children to the tip of the spear where they have brunt the burden of this toxic combination. We've been told that permanently altering bodies of children, and the children are told this as well, will bring them lasting peace. But few have achieved the inner peace promised by these charlatans, and the talking heads, the media personalities, the social media posts, all these have created a dishonest narrative. And of course, many of these children are left with the most tragic parts of all the treatments that they've succumbed themselves to. Many physicians as well have been pressured into compliance. The white paper outlines this, with the dangerous progressive ideology that treats children like lab mice. And because often in medical school you're taught to go along to get along, they have not been willing to rear their heads and bravely say what they know to be right, which is that these procedures are wrong. Individuals who question their sexuality are treated by many medical professionals on the fast track, that's what it's called, approach to care, resulting in drastic interventions that merely increase the distress they're already suffering from. Under politicized medicine, people suffer long-term consequences. Let me go through the three major categories. Puberty blockers, reduce bone density, alter brain development, which is a real problem when you're 11, 12, 13 years of age, and disrupt sexual function for the rest of your life, oftentimes. Cross-sex hormones cause irreversible changes, including infertility, loss of sexual function, even cardiovascular issues, as well as long-term endocrine problems. And of course, the surgical interventions where you remove healthy organs, despicable and reprehensible as it is, permanently alter appearances and destroy children's lives. So let's talk a moment right now about the big question. This dangerous fast-track approach in invasive treatment, what it really does is slap a Band-Aid on a much deeper pathology, a much deeper problem, the underlying issue of gender dysphoria. It denies patients the opportunity to be seen for who they really are. The doctor can't look them in the eyes and treat them like a child that's confused and lost and needs help. They become an opportunity. They become eventually a victim. Reasonable evidence-based objections that a child's confusion might resolve over time have been ignored, even though it makes common sense, and it turns out from numerous studies now in Europe to be true. Again, we outlined these in the op-ed. And this is not how clinicians respond to the care of other pediatric issues, but it's how we respond to pediatric adolescent mental distress. And the medically honest approach is to at least start slowly, the least invasive possible, psychotherapy, counseling, including family counseling, evaluation of other conditions like ADHD and autism, and of course, treatment of the anxiety and depression that so often is included with this diagnosis. There's lots of reasons we're having this problem. Social media is obviously a concern. There's been an explosion of discussions within children's groups about these topics. The surge has also been accompanied by healthcare professionals.
I just want to stop for a second. There's so much to comment about here. I thought that all of the speakers, in a very short amount of time, they just laid it all on the line so well. They made the arguments just crystal clear. That the beginning of this announcement today, it started with something that's so simple, but so rarely heard. Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. Children are innocent, and they need our protection, particularly as one by one, Dr. Oz, Secretary Kennedy, and then we're going to hear from esteemed other physicians as they state the very simple truth that's hard to believe. This is a bold thing to say, but that there are two sexes, two biological sexes, males and females, and humans can be one or the other. They can't be both. They can't be neither. They can't be, this doesn't change like the wind. You can't wake up every day and decide, oh, hey, I think this is going to be my sex today. There aren't 137 genders, none of that. It's really simple. There is no one way to be male or female, but inherently you are male or female, and that is defined by your reproductive organs. Men can't have babies, and men can't become pregnant. So these are all things that when I was a kid and growing up, I never thought would be questioned. Never. And when this whole transgender ideology like really became known to me, I laughed at it, to be honest. I did not think that this could really be happening, and that logical people could ever go along with this, that especially our elected leaders and professors and teachers and administrators. But little did I know that a lot of times it is those in academia and those with power, they are the ones actually pushing this, and they are pushing it the hardest. And it's just it's all very surreal, but encouraging what we heard today. And just to get in, I'm scrolling right now, looking through some of the statements we've been posting about this all day today. But we're going to get to later Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and he is going to announce how the NIH is going to study how to help those who regret their sex-rejecting transitions. And note, I really like this language. Sex-rejecting transitions, sex-rejecting medicine, sex-rejecting procedures. We're no longer going to say gender affirming. We're not going to call it gender affirming care. I like that. I like that. We're going to be real. We're going to follow actual science. These are sex rejecting. They aren't real. You can't reject your sex. Now, you can have a mental condition in which you don't feel comfortable in your body, and that should be dealt with. That mental health issue must be dealt with. But affirming this mental health issue is unhealthy, it's unsafe, it's wrong. And so Dr. Jay Bhattacharya has said that he will use rigorous scientific standards. He is no longer going to ignore the detransitioners. These are the kids, these are the teenagers that were love bombed in their classrooms and in social media, and just, like celebrated because they came out. They usually come out first as non-binary or demisexual. They are not sure. They change every day. And eventually as this gets celebrated, it's not too long down the line where they fully commit and say, I am transgender, and they now want to start this sex-rejecting medical care. And once they start down that road, there are things that happen. There are drugs, hormones, and surgeries that cannot be reversed, hence the irreversible damage. And that is what we're trying to address. We're trying to stop. So HHS did exactly what they needed to do. They announced that hospitals who receive Medicaid and Medicare cannot butcher our children anymore in the name of gender ideology. If they do so, they will lose federal funding. And that's a big deal. A lot of schools and districts, they may think that they can just ignore the Department of Education and the Department of Justice and President Trump and executive orders and the fact that 80% of the country or more agree that we should not be pushing gender ideology in schools. We should not allow males to compete in all female categories in sports. And they may say, we don't care if we lose 5 to 10% of funding from the federal government. They actually do care, but they can claim, oh, I don't care. Hospitals not getting their Medicare and Medicaid funding, that will close them. They can't last very long. I doubt they could last a month. So this is big. To say you perform these gender mutilating, you engage and allow children to receive this sex rejecting care so that they will have a lifetime of regret and irreversible consequences. Well, then we're going to pull the funding. This is the language that even the woke administrators speak. Money. They need money. And we're going to hear, I'm going to press play, we're going to hear exactly how much money is involved. Because they may claim to be bleeding heart progressives that just care. But they're making a whole lot of money off of this. Let's see how much they care when they don't get reimbursed. On top of it, that Medicaid and Medicare funding actually paid for this stuff that is absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. So we're going to go back and start listening.
Advocating that there's not going to be any opportunity to push a child to think twice about the decision they might have wandered into mistakenly in a whimsical moment. And 57% increase in suicide rates over the last great data we have, which is from the teens, is also a concern, with teenage children bearing the brunt of this. American taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for ideologically driven experiments on our nation's youth, and hospitals that we deem must meet the minimum quality standards of care and safety should not be conducting these experiments when we know so little about what is happening with our youth. Now the important part. For these reasons, and I can go on and on, this document, the white paper that Secretary commissions over 300 pages long, we're taking major steps at CMS to stop a funding process that has led to irreversible medical interventions with two major actions. The first, we're announcing a notice of proposed rulemaking that ends taxpayer funding of sex-rejecting procedures for children in Medicaid and CHIP, full stop. We don't provide health care to every child, but at 53%, we've got most, and we're not going to let taxpayer money go to hurt these children, and those children will no longer be hurt with this ideology. We know that inflicting these procedures on young people costs them and the Medicaid system countless dollars, not just in medical bills, but also all kinds of downstream issues, while providers reap the rewards. Too many providers inappropriately profit from carrying out these destructive procedures, and I'm just going to go through this grotesque laundry list of prices just so you're on the same page with what Secretary Kennedy started teasing at. According to a 2022 JAMA data, so it's very recent, the typical vaginoplasty, a procedure a child does not need, costs $60,000. Shockingly, a phalloplasty, the creation of a penis, costs on average in America, according to this data, high quality, $150,000 per child. I do believe, with doing some work, that these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufacturer demand. And
I mean, those numbers are shocking. $150,000 for the surgery. Does not include the aftercare, and that there are a lot of issues. There will be infections. There's going to be a lot of issues. And that child will now become a lifetime patient. So this is just $150,000 for the fake genitals. And I can't even show you what that whole process entails. It makes me sick to look at, honestly. And if I show it to you, this live stream, and this will get like censored and demonetized and all of that stuff. Can't show it to you, but it's absolutely grotesque. It is Frankenstein style medicine. There are just no words. I have many family members that work in the field of medicine. I have many friends that are working currently in medicine as physicians, surgeons, nurses, run the gamut, physician's assistant, everything. And and many of my family members and friends that work in these fields, they're not conservative. They would consider themselves more progressive. Yet they unilaterally, I know this is all subjective, unilaterally say that what is happening, especially with minors, is unethical, it is wrong, and they want no part of it. I struggle to find medical health professionals that are cheerleading this. You usually have to just go to a school board meeting where they drag, the one, woke physician in to talk about it. And then if you look into the background of that person, you will usually find that they have a trans child or that they themselves identify in the LGBTQIA2S plus community. It's just shocking. Our greatest allies in Wisconsin are the Gays Against Groomers. They testify with us. They come to school board meetings. They have been such a help because they're able to say things that I often can't, or I can say them, but they can say it more effectively as they are a part of, the gay lesbian community. They can say not in our name, like stop it. Like we do not want to harm children. And they'll often say like a lot of these kids would end up, they do, according to studies, end up same-sex attracted. But you are taking them and saying, oh, slapping the label of gender dysphoria, they're trans. And then so these kids are now going through these barbaric procedures. And then they wake up one day and they're 19 and 20 and they have to be concerned, did I stop in enough time? Will I be able to have children? Or they know with certainty that they went too far and they will not be able to have children. They will, that is something that they can't do. And then to add insult to injury, the way that a lot of states have structured their malpractice law, like in Wisconsin, these kids aren't able to sue for malpractice because if they start as minors, by the time they get to an age where they really fully realize like what they've done, they didn't really understand it before. The adults have failed them in their lives. And there are many parents that were they were blackmailed. They were told either you move forward or your child will end their life. And that is just despicable blackmail to tell a parent, either you do this or you'll lose your child. And so, especially a few years ago, a lot of parents just had no idea. They had no idea. There weren't all the organizations that there are now. So it's just so important that the truth comes out. And it's so important that the HHS is doing this because, well, there are a lot of states that have passed the legislation, and when they do, things get challenged and it's going through the legal process. Or you've got blue states that are doubling down and they're saying, nope, we're not going to comply with the federal government. So I know things can feel like, oh, they're not moving fast enough, but the wheels of justice are turning. And I'm so grateful that the Trump administration they're using the purse strings, they're using everything that they can to halt these barbaric procedures. And the number one thing is defund. Pull the money. Take the money away in education, in medicine. Take the money away. Remove incentives. And this is how we can bring about the change, the full change, to where there will come a time very soon where everyone is going to wake up. And just like with COVID, all of the people pushing this stuff they're never going to say, oh, I was wrong. They're just going to pretend like it never happened. They're going to pretend like they were never on the wrong side of history. And we should not let them. So let's get
point out that the creation of a vagina in that case of a phalloplasty or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra. This is a pathology that has afflicted the medical profession. It is
That's so gross. I just had to say that.
shameful that clinicians have profiteered off this. I do not understand how it could possibly have been tolerated by the leadership of these institutions, but it will no longer be funded. And I can tell you, if they're so diehard desirous of helping children and they don't get paid, the question is, will they do these procedures? And I think we know the answer. The second big thing, that's $250 million over the next decade of savings to the taxpayer, but that's irrelevant to this issue compared to the harm to the next generation, to our future, because kids are always our future. Second, to reinforce the need to protect our children, we are announcing that certified Medicare and Medicaid hospitals, pretty much everyone in the hospital in the country, will no longer be permitted to perform certain sex-rejecting procedures on children. Any hospital that does offer sex-rejecting procedures to vulnerable populations of pediatric-age kids will no longer be able to participate in the Medicare and Medicaid program. We want our hospitals returning to healing, not harming the patients entrusted with their care, or they're going to pay a very steep price. These actions are part of an all-government effort led by President Trump and spearheaded by Secretary Kennedy to protect vulnerable individuals and genuinely make America healthy again. This is not just smart, science-based health policy. It is our moral duty, as Senator Humphrey mentioned 50 years ago. I'm passionate about this issue. My whole team is passionate about this issue. Secretary Kennedy, God bless you for pushing forward on this.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. One of the most barbaric features of a society is the genital mutilation of its children. It's based on a medical dogma, sadly, that the normal, sometimes stressful experiences of boys and girls growing up is a pathology that requires medical intervention. Parents are told if they don't agree to these disfiguring and permanently sterilizing procedures, they're putting their child at increased risk of suicide, a baseless claim that has never been supported with good data. Let's be honest, and I'm going to say what you're not supposed to say. Pushing transgender ideology in children is predatory, it's wrong, and it needs to stop. This ideology is a belief system that some teachers, some pediatricians, and others are selling to children without their parents knowing sometimes, or with a deliberate attempt to remove parents from the decision making. Puberty can be stressful, and for all of history, being a kid and interacting with kids from the opposite gender can be awkward, even confusing at times. But to see now a society putting kids on a path of chest binders, drugs, castration, mastectomies, and other procedures is a path that now many kids regret. And Chloe, I've got to say, your testimony in front of the Hill was one of the best descriptions I've heard on this issue ever. Maybe one of the best descriptions I've heard of any topic ever presented in front of Congress, and it's an honor to be here with you. Let me be clear about something, and this is an important distinction. Sometimes it doesn't get mentioned. We're not talking about medically treating kids with a biological basis for differences in sexual development, what used to be called intersex. We're not talking about children with 5-alpha reductase deficiency, Klinefelter syndrome, Turner syndrome, or other sex chromosome abnormalities. We're talking about an ideology that is supported by flawed science that every child as young as 4 years of age should pick from an array of genders. We've got high schools now where half the kids don't identify as a boy or girl. What's going on? To American hospitals and clinics, do not ask parents to leave the room in order to sell your transgender ideology to America's children. How is it that a child cannot get an ibuprofen without their parents' consent at school? Yet states like California are arguing that children should be able to make irreversible choices.
That's 100% true. How is it that my daughter can't apply sunscreen without my written permission? How is it that my child cannot take ibuprofen or Tylenol in school unless there is written consent? Why can't my daughter just take medicine to school that isn't prescribed by the doctor and certain forms aren't filled out? But a guidance counselor can talk to an 11-year-old girl. And even though parents specifically say, listen, my daughter is going through a rough time right now. She is autistic, or she is suffering from clinical depression. We are getting her counseling. We are taking care of this. Please, when she is in the classroom, if she requests different pronouns or a different name, don't affirm. We're working on this. We're not affirming this. This violates our religious beliefs, or just violates our values. Or we're the parents, and we don't want to see our child mutilate themselves and take drugs and hormones that will cause irreversible damage. So we've got this teacher, we've got this counselor. And despite all of that, as we have heard time and time again, as we just heard talking with Kim, Hermann, and Cece O'Leary from the Southeastern Legal Foundation, as I have had conversations with lawyers at the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, Alliance Defending Freedom, America First, and the list goes on. How many times right now in Illinois, my friend Nicole just had today oral arguments in what happened to her daughter in middle school in Illinois, that these administrators ignore parents, that these counselors ignore parents. Even after Mahmoud v. Taylor, they ignore parents, and they say, your parents are not affirming your gender identity? Well, I'm your mom now. They literally say that. They put the posters up in the classroom. I'm your mom now. To that I say, hell no. Hell no. These are my kids. They are not yours. And hell will freeze over before you get to control what happens with my child and try to invade and put a wedge. And it's 80-20 of parents agree with that statement. I have to believe it's more, because those that don't, they are cluster B, they are mentally ill, they are deranged, they are not good people or good parents. If there's an adult saying, I absolutely think that a guidance counselor who met your child the day after Labor Day and suddenly now feels that they are the one that should be parenting, that's okay. Thumbs up for me. You don't have children, or you do, and you are a terrible person. So I'm just saying the facts. Like, you can't be a good person and think that strangers should supplant a parent, a loving, caring parent. And I'm talking about a caring parent, a parent that is involved in their child's life, is not abusive. And that is, it's shocking. So I love what was just said. How can this be happening in America? How can it still be happening? Why aren't more people outraged? You know why? Because they don't know. They don't think it's happening. Today, and so I was obviously watching some of the America Fest, preparing for this live stream. If not for that, I was going to go on the Red Wine and Blue seminar. And the Red Wine and Blue ladies, the very progressive far left ladies, well, they were doing a live stream too today. And their live stream was basically how to keep subverting mega parents. How can we show we're belonging? But basically the opposite. It is like the mirror of what you're hearing from me right now. It's how do we help to undermine parents if we don't like what they think, if we don't agree with the values? Like, it would be akin to me saying, I want to sneak in a priest and give communion to my daughter's 8th grade class. And if the parents don't like it, well, I'm concerned about their soul. So I should be able to parent other people's children. I don't care what their values are. Like, this is, to me, salvation. So I'm going to sneak a priest in, and they're going to give communion, and they're going to train the whole class. We're going to teach them some in-depth, Catholic theology. They hair on fire. They would go nuts, and rightfully so. Yet they can take their religion and they can go into kindergarten classrooms and preschool classrooms and middle school, high school. They can take their religion and bring their priestesses in and go through their rituals. And I am supposed to just sit quietly because, I wouldn't want anyone to not like me. I wouldn't want to be known as a disruptor. I mean, come on. Wear the crown, disruptor, with pride, because you are disrupting something very, very evil. And that you need to do that. If a parent unfortunately wants to brainwash their own child. That's very sad. But they are not allowed to take out all the other kids in your community too. And just because there is a kid that is suffering from this doesn't mean the whole class has to go along with it. And that they have to basically surrender their free speech rights and their beliefs and their values, and the teachers that they have to surrender their free speech rights and their values, and that the whole school has to just pretend and hey, you have to pretend. We have to play pretend. No, it's wrong. And it's not just about the idea. Social transitioning ends up medical transitioning. Kids don't just socially transition and then wake up one day, not once they start on this path, it's really hard to get them off of it. They're medicalized like that. So again, to kind of reiterate, and then I'll stop interrupting so much, but HHS today announced these actions to enforce Trump's executive order to end gender mutilation of children. Removal of federal funds from hospitals that perform these sex-rejecting surgeries. Removal of CHIP funds from hospitals that perform these sex-rejecting surgeries or provide these sex-rejecting medicine. The hormones, the puberty blockers. A signed order by Robert Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of HHS, declaring that these child mutilation procedures do not meet professionally recognized standards of healthcare. Impose regulatory violations on companies that market breast binders to children. How about the school districts? Too, let's impose some things on these school districts that recommend these breast binders, and they do. I have the videos to prove it. Move to reverse the Biden-era attempt to classify gender dysphoria as a disability to prevent discrimination claims used to justify these child mutilations and these sex-rejecting medical procedures. This is what we voted for. This is what I voted for, that's for sure. Watching young kids being pulled into gender ideology is heartbreaking. And I'm going to quote Nikki Neely right here. Teachers unions and activist groups have been pushing this for years. Parents and teachers who push back have been punished. This is why the federal government had to step in. And this was on X from Nicole Neely, from Defending Education, and 100% right. The FDA Commissioner, Dr. McCary, said this, I'm going to say what you are not supposed to say. Pushing transgender ideology in children is predatory, it's wrong, and it needs to stop. Amen, amen, amen. 1,000 times, yes. All right, so now I'm just going to let this go through because we want to hear my friend Chloe Cole. Boy, she was amazing in this. So let's get her.
Without their parents' knowledge. The UK actually did a comprehensive review in the Cass Commission of the medical literature and found there's no role for puberty blockers in many of these interventions. We as doctors have a duty to speak up, and that's why we're here, against this cruel practice. It's been hard to speak honestly on this topic. Many in academia who have challenged the dogma have been railroaded, dismissed, fired, or labeled in a form of modern-day McCarthyism. Just ask the former Brown University professor Lisa Lippman, whose research suggested that transgenderism was a socially contagious condition. Brown University persecuted her and did not renew her contract. And this is the story of many academics that are trying to speak common sense to this insanity. Let's stop with the labeling and let's have an honest conversation about what's best for America's children. Today, the FDA is taking action. We are sending warning letters to 12 manufacturers and retailers for illegal marketing of breast binders for children for the purposes of treating gender dysphoria. Breast binders are a Class 1 medical device with legitimate medical users, such as being used by women after breast cancer surgery. And these binders are not benign. Long-term usage has been associated with pain, compromised lung function from atelectasis collapse, and even difficulty breastfeeding later in life. The warning letters will formally notify the companies of their significant regulatory violations and require prompt corrective action. And I want to say thank you, President Trump, for signing the executive order to have us look into this. Thank you to Secretary Kennedy for speaking directly to this issue, to Mehmet Oz for finally ending government-funded sex transition procedures in the United States, to Jim O'Neill for his leadership, Brian Christine, Jay Bhattacharya, to Chloe for sharing her personal experience, to the entire team, to the many members here, Senators Marshall, Cassidy, Langford, Blackburn. You've taken risk and stood up on this topic and stood for what's right. Congressman Wahlberg, Anders, Adderholt, Harshberger, Crenshaw, AG Paxton. It's not easy to speak up on these issues, and you've done it at personal career risk. Thank you for speaking up for American children. It's time I can't tell you the number of people that said, don't talk about this issue publicly. You can talk about everything else in medicine, but do not ever talk about this on TV or in any public forum. You've probably gotten the same advice. But we're going to keep fighting for American children.
Good morning. I'm Admiral Brian Christine, the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services, and I have the privilege of being the Senior Flag Officer in the Commission Corps of the United States Public Health Service. Welcome to you all, but especially welcome to you, Chloe. Today, we are taking decisive action to protect America's children from chemical and surgical mutilation and to restore evidence-based medicine and gold standard science to the forefront of federal health policy. What we found in our gender dysphoria review was truly alarming. From 2016 to 2019, the number of sex-rejecting procedures performed on children tripled. And despite the mounting evidence of harm and the reversals by European countries, the previous administration and my predecessor were driven by a warped ideology and a radical political agenda. And that is why I am signing this public health message today, to ensure that healthcare providers understand their responsibility to put children's health and safety first. As medical professionals, we have an ethical obligation to provide excellent care to our patients informed by the best evidence we have. And as such, we should refuse interventions that pose risks of unnecessary harm because our first mission is to do no harm. For the safety of our children, medical professionals should refuse to provide puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgical interventions. Instead, we must prioritize comprehensive psychosocial assessment and support. We must address co-occurring mental health conditions, and we must provide compassionate, developmentally appropriate counseling. And finally, we must educate young families about the incredibly weak evidence for these medical interventions. And let me be clear about this. This is not about politics. It is about science. It is about safety. It is about radical transparency. It is about trust. Our mission is to ensure that every American child receives medical care that is evidence-based, that is ethical, and worthy of the public's confidence. For America to be healthy and great again, we need strong, healthy boys and girls who will have the chance to know the joy of coming together as one and starting their own family one day. And if they are subjected to these vile sex-rejecting procedures. That cannot happen. Protecting our children's health and their future is good medicine. Protecting our children's health and their future is our moral obligation. Today, I am offering the opportunity for every medical professional to absolutely reject harmful, irreversible procedures on minors and instead to prioritize medicine that puts the health of America's children first. All of us on this stage will continue to be guided by gold standard science, a dedication to radical transparency, and a commitment to truth. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy will stand for no less. Thank you all for being with us today. God bless President Donald Trump. God bless Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. God bless all of our vulnerable children who suffer from gender dysphoria and their families. God bless Chloe Cole, and God bless our republic. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the director of the National Institute of Health. I was thinking about how we got to this moment today, and I was thinking about the power of science. And normally, we at the NIH, and I should say, as in myself in my own capacity in my career, I've always admired the power of science to do good for the world, to help us understand how the world works, to develop cures and treatments. But today is not a day to just talk about that, because we've also seen in this sorry episode that will go down as a dark episode in medical history of how the power of enthrallment to a false science can damage and harm lives. The hijacking of scientific institutions, the hijacking of scientific journals for the purpose of essentially enforcing groupthink is tremendously powerful. We saw this during the pandemic, and we've seen this in this episode today, that the idea about whether you need to have extraordinary interventions to halt the puberty of a child in order to prevent them from committing suicide. That's a scientific question, right? It's more questions, lots of types of questions, but it is at heart a scientific question. Is it true? Is it true that if you don't accede to the desires of a 10-year-old, 11-year-old child who thinks they're the other gender, and allow the doctors to do extraordinary measures, that they're going to kill themselves? The idea behind all these procedures was a false idea propagated first by science, by scientists, essentially asserting that the evidence that the answer to that question, yes, if you don't let your child transition, they're more likely to commit suicide, that the answer to that question is yes, when in fact there was never any solid scientific evidence for that question. The 300-plus page HHS report, the report that was done in the UK, the CAS report, the Scandinavian reports, all those came and looked at the scientific evidence, and they all came to the same conclusion, that the scientific evidence that the answer to that question is yes is incredibly weak. And so the question is, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long, and how did the first idea come in the heads of people to assert falsely that there was strong scientific evidence to say that you must transition your kid or else they're going to commit suicide? I mean, those are haunting questions for me as the director of the National Institute of Health, because the key idea in science is that when there are extraordinary claims made, you have to question them. Even when you have ideas that are well established, you have to question them. And yet what happened was that there was essentially a groupthink that prevented excellent scientists from speaking up when they should have. The extraordinary courage of the authors of the HHS report, I don't know if you're all here in the room today, is stunning to me, because they stuck their heads up. The extraordinary courage of Chloe Cole, sticking her head up when it was almost impossible to do so. Why was it so impossible? Because the power of science to enthrall minds is almost unmatched in our society. So what do we need to do? First, don't ever let, if you're a parent, don't ever let a doctor tell you, essentially blackmail you into thinking that you must accede to a transition for your child, because if you don't, the child will kill themselves. There's no warrant for that. The scientific evidence does not support that, and we should never, and I'm proud to be part of an administration that is putting an end to that practice. Second, this is the policy announcement. As director of the NIH, we have ended our support for research in support of of gender transitions. But now there have been activist courts that have prevented us from getting rid of all of our portfolio of it. But by the end of this year, that's all going to be gone from our portfolio. It was junk science to begin with, and we will not continue to support it. Let me tell you an anecdote about this. There was a researcher that the NIH funded that did a study of whether, to answer the question, was it more likely that a child who didn't transition would commit suicide? That researcher found the answer was no. But because the researcher's ideology was so enmeshed in this, because if the answer is no, that means she might get canceled, she refused to release the study, refused to release the data. And we at the NIH have got the data from this researcher and made it available for other researchers to do replication studies and work on. I'll tell you, I think to me that is an absolute violation of what it means to be a scientist. When I find data that disagrees with my priors, my ideas about the way the world works, I change my mind. Actually, the easiest way to always be right, when you're wrong, you just change your mind. It's very simple. That's the beautiful thing about science. So I made the announcement already about no longer funding this, but the second announcement, and this is really, really important to me. There are thousands of kids that have undergone this transition, and many of whom regret having undergone this transition. There are thousands of kids that are in mental distress because they've been through this, families torn apart. We are going to fund science to help them, because what I don't want is for the answers to those families to be based on basically no evidence or presumed knowledge that we don't actually have. We're going to do gold standard science to help those families, to help those kids that are detransitioning or thinking about detransitioning, because we have to follow wherever the evidence leads in order to protect children. So Secretary Kennedy, President Trump, if you're listening, and all the distinguished congressmen and senators and others in the room, thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thanks for on the behalf of all the parents and kids of this country. I think we are turning a page in this. This will be remembered as a dark day. Today we'll remember as a bright day, but the episode of the last several years we'll remember as a dark page in the history of science, and let's pray that we never have to do that again. Thank you.
Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men.
Amen. Amen to that, right? Isn't that amazing? Like, just hearing that again, just say men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. There you go. Hard to believe we have to have a press conference to tell the world that this is so. But here we are.
Children are innocent and they need our protection. It takes organized efforts to deny these fundamental truths. Sadly, we've seen such efforts succeed from time to time. The denial of fundamental truths can destroy nations from within. At the root of the evils we face,
the denial of fundamental truth can destroy a civilization from within. mic drop. The denial of fundamental truths can destroy a civilization from within. Repeat, repeat, repeat. We cannot live by lies and have a country. We cannot live by lies and have a constitutional republic like the United States of America. We cannot live by lies. And we have to lead by example for our children. They watch us living by lies. And if we don't encourage them to stand for truth, and in fact, if we tell them to not stand for truth, because it could be inconvenient, then, man, we aren't doing our job.
The blurring of the lines between sexes and radical social agendas is a hatred for nature as God designed it, and for life as it was meant to be lived. This ideology
Oh man, it's true. A hatred of nature and nature's God is what is behind this radical ideology. Now you're getting to when people say why, a hatred of nature, a rebellion against God. That's what this is all about.
does not just deny biology, it declares war against it. As part of the Biden administration's war on nature, this department perverted the Rehabilitation Act of 1973.
As part of Biden's war on nature. Man, I got to get the transcript of everything he said because it's like this stuff is going in my speeches. As part of Biden's war on nature. This is all just, oh man. Tingles, like this is truth. Can you imagine? This is amazing. This is amazing. That gotta think where we were this time last year. I mean, Trump had won, but the Biden administration, I mean, Christmas was a whole bunch of trans people just as clowns dancing all over this technicolor, grotesque display of Christmas trees. And that was last year. And this year it's classy, it's beautiful, it's patriotic, whimsical. I was hoping I would have time to play some of the videos of Christmas, but it's getting late and I'm talking a lot. All right, let's get this back.
Pretended that gender dysphoria was a disability to force healthcare providers and programs to mutilate minors. Without the reforms Secretary Kennedy made today, more children would be coerced into life-altering interventions that many will deeply regret. Thankfully, President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are stopping this madness and stopping the war. Through the leadership of Paula Stannard and the Office for Civil Rights, our proposed rule would revise Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act to exclude gender dysphoria not resulting from physical impairments. We are reassuring recipients of HHS funding that policies preventing or limiting sex-rejecting procedures do not violate Section 504's disability non-discrimination requirements. Previous speakers have discussed treatment for pediatric gender dysphoria, review of evidence and best practices, our rigorous study of the medical dangers posed to children from attempts to change their sex. Everyone should read this study. Chloe, thank you for your relentless advocacy to protect children from harm. Body dysmorphia and gender dysmorphia and alienation and social contagion cause a lot of children to suffer. As Jay and Brian said, we are working on approaches and solutions. Today, we are drawing a line to stop these problems from becoming worse. Compassion compels us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be able to speak on behalf of American children whose innocence and health are being compromised, whose lives are being ripped apart by ideologically driven medical experimentation. I represent a community of people who have been harmed by these procedures and yet largely are ignored by the same doctors, the same clinics and medical system that have harmed us. I've become an advocate for protecting children from what is often mistakenly referred to as gender-affirming care, because it is by no means care, but unscientific medical abuse that violates every tenet of medical ethics. This ideology is festering at an unimaginable scale within our hospital systems, our culture, our communities, and to many within our own families. For me, it started with being lied to about who I was by adults outside of my family. I was made to feel that the way that God beautifully made me was in fact a mistake that could only be fixed by so-called modern medicine. My doctors, rather than guiding me, they affirmed my childish misgivings about my developing body, my belief that I wasn't just a tomboy, that if I liked having short hair, if I liked being around the boys more, if I behaved more like my older brothers, I actually was a boy who just so happened to be born in a girl's body. At 13 years old, I was administered puberty blockers and testosterone in high doses. And when I was only 15, they removed my breasts. My questions about whether I will be able to have children or about the future of my reproductive health and my overall health have gone unanswered. But that mastectomy ensured that I am never going to be able to nourish whatever children I may have. And this happened before I was even mature enough to understand that one day I would aspire to become a mother. Because of the moral failings of my doctors, I forever have lost significant parts of my identity as a now adult woman while I was still a child. And there are tears that I don't show to the world. There is grief that every single day I carry with me silently. The only thing in the world that makes me angrier is knowing that this is continuing to happen to children all across the United States and throughout the globe. But they messed with the wrong kid. At 16 years old, I rejected the lies that I was sold. I detransitioned, and I chose to face the world and sound the alarm on what is happening to my generation, both in the hopes that this would set forth a movement of young people who chose to break free from ideology, and also that one day, no child would ever have to speak up about this ever again. And what this movement has achieved in such a small amount of time is far greater than I have ever dreamed of. 26 states now have passed laws to save children. Laws that all have been upheld by the Supreme Court earlier this year. President Trump has signed countless executive orders to fight for biological reality, to fight for the protection of our kids. My own lawsuit filed by Center for American Liberty is finally moving forward. And of course, the Department of Health and Human Services has been a decisive part in our wins this first year of Trump's second term. With the release of the peer-reviewed gender dysphoria report, it has become official U.S. policy that these treatments in children are questionable at best, life-shattering at worst. And this industry needs to be challenged and taken down for the sake of future generations. Because there is no such thing as being transgender, nor children born in the wrong bodies. Every boy and every girl deserves to be loved the way that they were beautifully created in their mother's womb. And to the young people out there who are struggling with this mental illness, I want you to know that there is a better way out. And it's not too late to accept the beautiful way that God has created you. My story turned out to be a success story, but it was only in spite of my doctors and the horrible things that they did to me, to my family. I am only one voice out of thousands of children, but our cries for help have finally been heard. And the Trump administration and the HHS and Secretary Kennedy have done an incredible job this year, ensuring that this abuse is going to cease one day. I am incredibly excited to see the many more wins that we are going to have moving forward in the next few years. On behalf of every single child who once was mistaken that they were transgender, thank you for everything.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the comments today. We're now going to take questions from the press. Please keep your
Oops, I have to unmute my light. Okay, so unmuted. That was great. Chloe Cole is an amazing young lady, and she's so strong. And I'm so proud to watch her today. She has fought the good fight. I met her when she first started, 5 years ago when she first started speaking out. And she was just a sweet, innocent, cheerful 19-year-old kid. And she is blossomed into just such a strong, intelligent young lady. And I've hung out with her on many occasions. She's been to Wisconsin a lot. I've been to DC with her, in Illinois, a bunch of places. And she's just the sweetest. So I'm so happy for her and proud of what she has done. I mean, Chloe Cole is like the Riley Gaines she crystallized like her story. You can talk about a lot of facts, and there are a lot of devastating facts. But when there's this beautiful, young, innocent child, and you now have a face to put with the facts, you have a heart-wrenching story. And the first time I heard her talk, I was weeping because it became all so real to me that this wasn't just the book, Me and My Gender Dysphoria, that they're handing out in elementary schools. This wasn't just I Am Jazz. You weren't just talking about fictional characters or even Jazz is real, but in that cartoonish book, it became very real. What happened to a generation of kids? How it could happen to a kid that had loving parents and was living a normal life. A kid that just on the spectrum, kid with that has autism, a girl or boy that's just going through like a tumultuous adolescence. Heartbreaking, a child that is the victim of abuse. These are the kids that comprise those that are that they're diagnosed with gender dysphoria. They are overwhelmingly autistic. They are on the spectrum. They have been abused. They are going through a tumultuous experience. They are suffering from clinical depression. Something has happened to disrupt their adolescence, and it's hit them at puberty, a time where hormones are crazy, where you don't feel, if as a teenager, you don't feel like you're like, oh, my body's like changing in all these weird ways, and you feel like a kid a little bit, but you're starting to become a teenager, and you're just in that in between stage where you're transitioning from a child to a teenager to an adult, and it can be so confusing. And it's and we used to understand that that's the way it is, that everyone feels awkward and they're going through something, but that has now been weaponized to steal something very important from children: their childhood innocence. They're going through natural, normal puberty so that they can grow into an adult and make decisions. And when they're in the right headspace, they can say, thank goodness I had parents that didn't go down the rabbit hole, that fought for me. And now I don't have to live a life of regret. So we are fighting for so much. There's been a lot of wins, but as we heard from these experts, one step forward, two steps back. Every win, there is some activist judge, there is an activist organization. Then we've got our school system that is just engaged in this political way. This is their hill. This is the hill they're going to die on. They are going to fight tooth and nail. They are going to fight for this ability to indoctrinate your kids. So if that's their hill, this needs to be our hill, because it's about truth. I had someone just say to me, oh, talking about the transgender stuff, talk about It's really about truth. It's about truth, that a civilization that denies fundamental truth, that is in rebellion against nature, it cannot exist for very long. It just can't. And history has shown they don't. So we are in this civilizational battle and fighting for children. So it's important. And it's really important, like hearing what Erica Kirk said, like we've got to be sure that we don't lose Congress in 2026, that we don't lose state houses. We've got to continue to fight because the woke will come back with a vengeance. And if you've got children like I do, if you've got children that they're still in grade school, middle school, high school, even going to college, this should be your hill. It really should. Don't rest on your laurels. Don't think someone else is going to do it. And this is all great, but don't think that there aren't going to be lawsuits after lawsuits filed. So we've got to keep going, keep fighting for our states, keep fighting for our school boards. We cannot stop. We absolutely cannot. I know that there's several big stories. I know that while I was doing this, there was a press conference about what's happening at Brown University. So I was too busy with this. I don't even know what's happened. But I do know that Brown University absolutely fumbled, and I have a feeling that it's because DEI. It's because when you deny truth, when you can't tell the truth, when you live by lies, well, it gets really hard to run investigations. When you can't say the truth about the suspect looks like this because you're afraid of what an activist will say, or you don't want to be politically incorrect, so you're going to allow evil people to wander in the name of DEI, yeah, it still matters. The other thing, Candace Owens, all this stuff, I had a friend who said that she put out a post, Candace Owens, let me give you my opinion on Candace Owens, see comments below. And then in the comments below, she talked about what's happening, like the real things that are really important that are happening. Because it seems like it's hard to get people to care about what's happening, HHS and these wonderful things, because, what's going to happen with such a distraction. And there are grifters everywhere. So don't lose sight of what matters. Keep your eye on the prize. I think Erica Kirk has handled everything in such a classy way. I was so happy to play her speech, and I'm excited to listen to and watch America Fest all weekend, commenting on that a lot. We have to have courage. I think we have to have courage. And we can't get caught up in soap opera drama and like wild and extreme theories because that's a distraction. That's all distraction from the real work that needs to be done. And it's not this sexy, fun, like all this, it's hard work. It's easy to just go on and like, let's talk about this conspiracy theory and let's like, what do you think about like, and listen, I'm a girl, like I've got opinions. I'm watching this stuff too, but got to stay mission focused because it's so easy to just get off track and not focus on what matters. And let's not take, we're winning. And instead of celebrating winning, we're, come on, like, let's win some more. And then let's talk about the things that are important, especially to Gen Z. Let's not pretend that things that are happening aren't happening. Let's move everything forward. Let's get this, let's like focus on we got to get the good economic news out. We've got to be real about how bad it was 4 years of Biden and what he did and what a mess was made, not just because of what happened in education, HHS, transgender ideology, DEI, all of COVID insanity, the vaccines, all of that. But on top of it, just the economic mess and the inflation. I mean, the immigration and all of that was stress that was put upon every single institution that matters in this country. You can't just wave a magic wand and have that all go away. So long haul, marathon, not a sprint. And I've got to talk about some of our great sponsors, Moms for Liberty. So I'm going to end a very limited time deal. So this is a first. We're going to talk about sponsors, going to do this. I promise January, going to get better at this. My voice will come back to you. It's Christmas. I'm a mom of 5, and tomorrow I spend all day in my daughter's classroom with room mom. I've got like cookies to still frost right after this, so I'll be up late again. I'm wrapping presents. I'm still like gotta do some last minute shopping. Big family events that I love. So still made time to do this, but if it's a little bit like la la la, that's why. Because I am still a mom, I am wife, I am friend, I have a responsibility to family, community, and that's just real. Like, there's no grifting here. Don't have time. And I don't have those kind of big bucks. And never like, just, I like what I'm doing. I like it. I like not being bought and paid for by anybody. But we've got some great deals, great sponsors. Put this on stage. Patriot Mobile. They are our allies, friends. They are going to be sponsoring us with some, as we, in 2026, we've got some great, awesome things planned. We've got some big 250 events. We've got things that are happening nationally, Ellis Island, San Diego. We've got tons of statewide events. So there's going to be so much going on. But Patriot Mobile is a proud sponsor of Moms for Liberty, and they are offering 2 free months with this promo code holiday 25. I'm going to, maybe sooner rather than later, maybe around the time that I am interviewing Scott Jennings, I'm going to talk with the CEO of Patriot Mobile, and I'm looking forward to that. So switch to Patriot Mobile, and you can get 2 free months, holiday 25. And so right here, patriotmobile.com/holiday25. There's also, and I love that image. That's a great graphic. There's another that I really like too, so I'll share that one as well. Here it is. Let's put this one up. And I like this because you can see, you can see Lady Liberty in the background. We like that. And of course, you've got the Bible right there. So 2 free months, use promo code holiday25. The price of freedom has always been paid in courage. So this Patriot Mobile is great, and this is a great deal. So now is the time if you're thinking of switching. And I will tell you, we are with this kind of a promo. My husband and I, we've just had it with our current carrier, and we're ready to switch. And I want my money to go to a company that loves America. More and more, I want my money to go to like, you've got to have cell service. It's vital. Like, I'm tired of supporting institutions and companies that, they don't love America. So Patriot Mobile, Patriot in the name. And so this offer is limited. It ends, I think, December 31st. So now's a great time. Now's a great time. So there, how did I do? My first promo, yay. And I do then the other, like, I'm really super excited. I mean, this 2026 is going to be amazing. What's awesome about representing Moms for Liberty, working with Moms for Liberty, everyone I ask, hey, can I do an interview? They say yes. So I'm like, I'm going to keep aiming high. And I picked up Scott Jennings' book and started reading it, loved it. And I love him on CNN, and I love his clips. He's really smart and funny and going toe to toe. So I DM'd like, can I interview you for my podcast Unleashed with Moms for Liberty? And it was like, yeah. So I'm like, cool, awesome. So this is great. And there's going to be with the time in DC, hoping to do a lot more cool interviews. There's going to be so many great events. We just, seat at the table. We are getting more and more of this seat at the table. And it's because of the great work that so many of our grassroots members, of our 130,000 members all throughout this country, and we're growing like wildfire in Wisconsin. Legislative days coming up, February 3rd and 4th. We talk and we're doing great things here in Wisconsin. We've got a lot to do. We've got big elections coming up. It's that good work, that humble work. I just had my party, my Moms for Liberty, Wisconsin and Illinois came over to the house, and just everyone is so nice, and it's so fun. It's like just the nicest people that you'll ever meet. And that's why it just sucks, all the things that people say. And I know whenever I do this, talk about, oh, your face, or oh, this or that, it's like, whatever, either, oh, you look so old and terrible. Look at your wrinkles. Or, oh, how many surgeries have you had? That's what they say to me. Like, what is it? Pick a choice. Like, I've got the wrinkles. Okay. There's a little filter on here because I'm a woman and normal, but I got the wrinkles to prove it. I've got like, but Puerto Ricans do age well. Okay. Thanks, Mom. And I have to try and do a really good skin routine, but man, time is but I have had a great life. I have great kids. Wouldn't do it any other way. But they say such mean, terrible things. And I'm Wisconsin nice, but every once in a while in the comments, I'm just like, I finally get really mad. The most viral post we've had recently was one of just me and my best friend Amber. She came to I'm gonna find it. Actually, our numbers keep going up pretty good, but because everyone else is gone, so now all you got to do is listen to me. I'm gonna put the post that went like crazy viral, and tell you the whole story behind it because it's really funny. What's the story? Oh, and I've got great interviews coming up. I was going to say this is it before, but then I get a text from my friend Avita Duffy Alfonso. She is, first of all, she's pregnant, which is adorable. And she is in Arizona, and her husband, Michael, will be there I think tonight, early tomorrow. And I'm going to be interviewing them on Saturday morning, live from Turning Point. So I'm excited about that. Then tomorrow, I'm going to be interviewing Alexa Anderson and her lawyer with Alliance Defending Freedom. So I guess there will be one more. I'll be putting something out before Christmas. So, and then the 29th, we've got Scott Jennings. I mean, just cool. And I've got like so many cool people that I want to talk to and some great members of Moms for Liberty. We've got just 2026 is going to be lit. It's going to be huge. Oh, but there's the post. I'm going to just share real fast before I head out. Let's go. Oh yeah, here. And it's just, this is the way X is, guys. Okay. Like, you will work really hard on a thread. I will work so hard on a thread and put it out there. And like, it's a stinker. It doesn't get much traction. Like, why? Then I just kind of take a picture with my friend, put it out there like, oh, it's Thanksgiving. This is so cute. And it's like 4.5 million. It goes crazy viral. So here it is. Still, my throat. Not 100% yet. Again, anyone has some recommendations, DM me. Share screen. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here. Oh, you can't see it very well. Let me see if I can get it better. It's not. Well, you can't see it super well, but you can see. I'm thankful I'm not a liberal. Me and Amber. There was one more. Let's see. Here. Yeah, I'm thankful I'm not a liberal. So my friend Amber, my best friend, she's awesome. We have been partners in activism for over 5 years now. And before she got involved, like, she never voted. And Mom and everything just did not vote. Then COVID came, and she is fearless. And she became like rock star activist. She runs campaigns and She's amazing. So she said, I have an early Christmas present for you, and the shirt. And so I had like a nice little cashmere sweater, took it off and put that t-shirt on, and we're like, I'm going to wear this Thanksgiving. And so we took a picture together and wore the t-shirt all of Thanksgiving, put it up there. Like, I'm thankful I'm not a liberal. And it just went nuts, went crazy. People losing their minds. Like, oh my Lord, the vitriol. But and I just had fun with it. Like, I usually don't read the comments because it's this, like, there's mental. And most of the people with the comments, like, hot dog 37 or Wolfgang. So they don't have their pictures up. They don't have any courage. They don't put their names. They don't put their pictures, and they come and they try and come at me like, oh, I'm going to come at you. Like, you know what? Come at me, bro. Seriously. Like, you are a freaking coward, and no one follows you, and you probably don't put your picture up because you're ugly. So that's what I have to say to that. Now, this is where you can take the south side out of the girl, but you cannot take, you can take the girl out of the south side, but you can't take the south side out of the girl. Because sometimes that, like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, I normally can subdue a little bit, but when I'm like mad, and just, if you want to say something about me, put your picture up, put your name up, and then you can say something. If you don't have that, then you're a coward or a bot. Or like, so bye. See you. Like shoe fly. Shoe fly. And then they love to like mass report me. That is the thing that X needs to fix. Like, stop letting these, like, all the stuff, the ability to, the kink that they mass report you and all of that, try to make you look like a spam account, all that crap, all that stuff that they do, and following counts going up a little bit. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of bot purge, and that'll get wiped out at some point. But Elon Musk says that there's going to be some changes with the engagement. Let's hope so, because it's just no fun if it's only these extra super large accounts that ever get put in your mentions, the For You, that like that's all you ever see. It's just not much fun. So I want to see more variety and not have to search for it. And it's tiring. Like, the people that I want to see, I have to like search for instead of having that organically come up. So but listen, I love X. The live streams do great. They're fabulous. It's where the news happens. But it just, I just have to put a little chapstick on that. It used to be, there was like this brief period where it was like, felt like things were very, very organic, and then, but hopefully we can get there again. I think that the ability of accounts that do not have, that don't have their names or their faces up, and there's a lot of good accounts like that, but there's just so many of them, and they just do so much trash talking all the time. It's just kind of annoying. I don't know if anyone else agrees with Facebook and Instagram have some good changes. The way they're recommending, there's more of a storytelling aspect. Of course, the amount of hate that we get on Facebook is like off the charts, but I think that obviously Elon Musk is the first, we owe this a huge, like, forever debt of gratitude to Elon Musk. Without what he did, Trump would not be elected. There would be, like, I would not be able to do this right now. Absolutely not. It'd have to be all coded. There'd be like 5 people watching. So he did a great thing, and X is still like 1,000 million times better than it was. After COVID, probably even before, I really wasn't engaged at all before that. Facebook was terrible, and it's better now. And that all is due to what Elon started and then President Trump. And so I don't know why I even social media, but yeah, social media is this is the new media, and I am so grateful that my second act at my age, that I can have 45,000 people watching me, representing Moms for Liberty, talking about HHS, talking with 2 amazing female attorneys from the Southeastern Legal Foundation about parental rights and protecting free speech. That's amazing. That's amazing. And that's the power of new media. And that's what 45,000 watching live. Then we're going to put this on YouTube, YouTube, that's another whole thing that I'm actually like trying to watch videos, like how to work, like how to make things work on YouTube. So everything is, this is who we are at Moms. Like this, it is really and truly grassroots. It's, I have way back in the day, I have my degree in political science, history, law school, all of that, but took a huge leap of absence to raise kids. Then all this changes in technology, and to just like jump in and say, well, we've got to do this. We certainly can't, afford to hire a whole production team. Like, you're looking at the production team, you're looking at the graphic designer, like having to teach yourself and learn these things. Like it's amazing. And that's what's so great about Moms for Liberty. Like, we are regular moms that care, and care enough to be engaged at this level. And so it's cool. It's a great organization, and I want to see more young moms joining. We need moms with babies, moms with toddlers. So if you're that, like, come on in. And that is going to be a very big focus. Heads up, 2026, I am going to be focused on younger moms, moms with babies, moms with toddlers, talking about what's happening in schools, in classrooms, because that's important. Because if your baby is eventually going to be going to school. But I want to talk about health. I want to talk about vaccines. I want to talk about nutrition. I want to talk about the struggle with childcare, working part-time, full-time, how to balance, how to, because there's a lot of women that I want more kids, but I'm scared, I'm nervous, the economy, I want to buy a house. I want to talk about all those real things that matter. And because I think that there's some of us moms that have been around the block, we need to remind young women, young dads that, you can't let perfect be the enemy of good. You can't just keep waiting until everything's perfect because then life will pass you by. But like there are ways to be smart, and I want to talk to people about how to achieve that goal of having a larger family, um, and still be able to, buy groceries and food and and just even if it's just the airing of the venting of like, it's hard, it's different. And I just want to vent and I want to hear someone talk about things that I've been there. Okay. Like I have been there. I have been there. I think that's something unique about me is I have been at every socioeconomic level. I have been a Navy wife, so I've moved a lot, different areas of the world, different areas of this country. I have been a young, struggling mom with, $50 to buy groceries for 2 weeks. I know what it means to have to stretch that dollar. And then I know what it's like to, then you're a middle class mom and then you're trying to put kids through college, like all of that. Like I get that. And so do so many other moms in Moms for Liberty or in our adjacent organizations that we work with. We get it. Like we get it. And so I want to have that's why it's unleashed. We want to have these unleashed, uncensored, unwoke, real conversations with real people that aren't about Candace Owens. And so you're sick and tired of hearing about that. Join us. Just like I am so sick and I'm tired of hearing of all of this. Like it's la 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 la. And guess what? And we're not men. We're not dudes. And men, I think men want to hear from not men too. I was just looking at some of our analytics and like 60 or 70% of the people watching some of what we post are young males. So yay. But we definitely got to do something about the girls. Like I'm raising 4 girls, I'm raising 4 non-woke girls, trying really hard. And it's as each one, like as my junior is thinking about college, I'm like, I get a veto. And she wants to go into a field that she wants to go into medicine. Like, my other kids, medical school, nursing school, all that. And so, she wants to go into a field that requires her to get a college degree. And it scares the crap out of me because I'm the one that just broke the story of what happens in Madison. And Madison, of course, a preferred college because it's a state school. That's one we are doing a show on how much it costs to send your kid to college. It's insane. It's insane. And then it's almost like this mark it up down thing where here's the sticker, 90 grand, but then you're applying for all of these different scholarships and but most grant awards, most money is financial. You've got 2 parents that make over 100 grand a year and you are ineligible for just about, if not half, 75% of awards. And think about it. 2 people that make 50 grand a year, that income threshold is such that it's very hard. It's very hard. And then you think, I am not going to let my child go into debt for that degree in what? I mean, even, and this is where I have experience, even let's say, oh, they want to be a doctor, so they can go into, well, no, they can't. You don't want them going into a huge amount of debt for their undergrad, because then they've got medical school. And medical school, you are not going to find a whole lot of scholarships for medical school. And that is 4 years. That's like bare, and you can't have a job. There are students who graduate medical school with $400,000 in debt just from medical school. So law school, I mean, it's insane. And so and all of this is a result of the government getting involved, the government subsidizing, the government paying off loans. So these institutions can just keep like raising and raising tuition because the government is going to pay them. And then they have these endowments, billions of dollars in endowments that they don't touch. So as long as the incentives are there, that tuition is going to keep going up, up, up. And just like in K through 12 education, COVID funds came in, and guess what most schools did in public schools? They hired more staff. Now they're like, oh, we're going bankrupt, we need money, because they can't fire the staff that they hired. And I was in school board meetings advocating, saying like, don't hire any new staff that you cannot afford once these COVID funds end. But they don't listen. They don't listen. So now this proverbial cliff, this financial cliff that the unions say that all of education, it's self-inflicted, because and that's in colleges, took all the money. And if you had a kid in college during COVID, it was all virtual. And oh, we're not even going to have final exams. Everyone gets an A, you get an A, you get an A, you get an A. And they went into debt for this. Like, they're still, and here's the fun fact, for most freshmen, their classes are still online. A lot of these college classes, they haven't changed. They're still online. So you're paying the same for an online course. So they got all this money, these colleges hired more people, did all, and they don't want to, they've got to be subject to the same economic reality that private businesses do. You can't, when the government runs something, the government's paying for it, there's got to be a level of accountability that is the same market forces. They need to care about market forces. That's why school districts can say, I don't care, we're going to trans your kids. Because when they don't have to answer to anyone, they can do whatever they want. That's why when they will, like a school district in Madison, they'll pay $100,000 for a logo, and then not even use the company that they hired because someone gifts them a logo. They don't care. It's not their money. It's monopoly money. It's fun money. Not my money, not my problem. I can do it. They're so used to spending money with zero accountability. They don't have to balance their bank account. When they're $5 million, oh, we can't seem to figure out, well, they just say, oh, we're going to have a referendum, or we're going to increase the mill rate. Because what are you going to do? And what are you going to do? Shut down the school? So we need education, like medicine. Everything that's run by government has to be subject to some market forces. And then we've got to be careful, because in medicine, my dad is a veteran. He goes to the VA, and what happened with the government shutdown was real. The furloughs, the staff shortages, how slow things can be. We can't sacrifice quality of care for our veterans. We can't sacrifice quality of care for our elderly. We have to fulfill our obligations and our promises. But there's so much waste and fraud and abuse. I mean, you can't like, yeah, I've seen it with the VA, but maybe if we had some of that money that was given to the Somalis in Michigan, like that could have been used to make sure that our veterans had higher quality of care at VAs, couldn't it? Maybe if we weren't spending all this money on illegal immigrants and giving all of these tax dollars to them, maybe that could have served to the benefit of health care for our citizens, for our heroes, for our veterans. So they will talk about the problem, and which is very real, like that we can't have these staff shortages. We need to fund, we need to have more nurses. And nurses should have maternity leave. It's completely, it's absolutely unacceptable that there are nurses in medicine that don't get paid medical leave. And so we want these young ladies to have children. And we need more children in America. We need more children born in America. And so what are we going to do to incentivize that? And let's start by taking the money away from people who aren't citizens. Let's not give them benefits. Let's make sure we can take care of our people. And that is what America First is about. Let's make sure that there are good jobs. Let's take care of things. And so on the left, they'll want, the education, we need money for this or that, but they won't give up. They won't tell the truth. They won't be honest. So that's what we have to do. Those are the honest conversations to have. And then we need to have high quality teachers, pay them more, high quality administrators, pay them more. Choice, give parents choice, give them the money. I think health savings accounts, I love what President Trump said about with healthcare, that let's let every American taxpayer, let that person be the consumer. Let them, because insurance companies, they've got, oh my God, they live in palaces. Okay. Oh, big palaces, all of the HMOs. Oh, and then you go to the VA hospital. That's not right. So we have to be the conservative populist movement that cares about people, that cares about the middle class, that cares about the working class, that cares about young people. And we can't just say sink or swim, sink or swim. Like that's how you lose. So, and President Trump never talks in that language. And that's why he's been so effective, because he gets it. He gets it. And the revolution of common sense, can't wait to talk to Scott Jennings, because there's a lot. I keep saying I'm gonna end. This is what happens when I go late, because my kids are asleep and I can just talk. But there are such good quotes. Trump is the Republican Party's fighter, and indeed a fighter for Western civilization against enemies that have only gotten crazier and more dangerous. The future of the West hangs in the balance, and Trump is leading the fight to save it. and that's from, but talks about that Trump is kind of the bull in the china shop that America voted for. And how in meetings, like how thoughtful he is, how inquisitive, that when Joe Biden was president, no one knew who was running the country. Certainly wasn't him. And it is one of the greatest, I think, scandals of American political history, that so many people covered up his feebleness, that he was absolutely not able to run the country. And so who did? Well, according to this, so Jill Biden, Hunter Biden, I don't know, like not, certainly wasn't President Biden. And that it went on for as long as it did. And that so much pain was inflicted upon parents and children, that so much was lost. And Trump is like doing everything to, but man, it's just, you knew things were bad, but then you read this book and you find out just like the world of hurt that we were in. I mean, I can't even imagine in education. I can't imagine what would be happening with Title IX. So we cannot forget. We cannot forget. And so now is my time to say goodbye. Merry Christmas. And I will be, like I said, I've got these interviews, so I'll be putting something out before Christmas. I'm going to do some best ofs. Then I'll do some reels and some shorter things as much as I can. But I have my my family all coming into town. And my dad's having some health issues, so, and it's Christmas, and there's a lot going on, so and I manage Moms for Liberty social media along with we have a great team, but looking forward to family time. And if you are on social media at Christmas, don't do that. Don't do that. Spend time with your family and friends. Do not. We're going to put out a Christmas message, and that Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, like we're going to put out a have fun with your family message. Don't go on social media. Don't do it. Stay off. Touch grass. Touch Christmas trees. So, all right, everyone. It's hard. Like, we've got 50,000 people watching live. That's pretty darn great. That's pretty darn cool. Let's see. Yeah, that's great. Well, California, it's not as late for you. If you're on the West Coast. Oh, I'm reading this from Elizabeth Warren. Donald Trump and RFK Jr. are threatening to shut down hospitals if healthcare providers won't deny medical treatment for trans youth. No matter where you live, it's wrong to deny families the freedom to see a doctor and cut off care for their children so that they can, what? Cut off their genitals? So, yeah, that's Elizabeth Warren. Man. Evil. It's just crazy. And that's why we fight. Because they are going to they're not going to stop. There's no such thing as a transgender child. No child is born in the wrong body. And any adult that tells you that, if you're a kid and you're watching, any adult that tells you you're born in the wrong body is not a good person. Don't listen to them. You are perfect in God's eyes. And if anyone tells you different, they are speaking from the father of lies. So just don't listen to those crazy voices. Listen to Sanity. Team Sanity is a great place to be. We have a good time. And it's great standing for truth. And we stand for truth. We stand for truth. So wait, before I go, I do need to do a few things we need to talk about Moms for Liberty. So join Moms for Liberty at momsforliberty.org. Follow Moms for Liberty on X at Moms for Liberty. Actually, any social media platform, that's our handle. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. And watch, please, we're trying to grow. We are really, really trying to grow our YouTube. So it's a work in progress. It's not, we're trying to learn how to do all the thumbnails and put up the right tags and all that stuff, get content out. I've got a ton of things I have to post to YouTube lives. Subscribe, please, YouTube at Moms for Liberty. First time I've ever done this too. We've got 214,000 followers here on X. We've got 130,000 followers on Facebook, almost 100,000 on Instagram. We've got 13,000 on YouTube. So if you are listening right now and you're following, just head on over to YouTube and subscribe and that's it. Super easy. Just that would be very helpful for us so that the material that we put out can get recommended more. And there's a lot that we put out. There are town halls. We have Moms for Liberty Academy. We've got Tina Deskovich does interviews with chapter chairs, local leaders in the Fire of Liberty show. We air live events from the White House. I am a White House new media correspondent. When I'm not there, we have other Moms for Liberty members that live close by. We have Rosalind Hanson, who also has a White House new media pass, so she's there. So we've got Alex Boyer from New Jersey, who every time I turn on Fox News, there she is, or Newsmax, and she's in New Jersey, so she's often able to make it to things. Both Rosalind and Alex attended the HH event in person. I was going to go, but my dad had some medical issues, so I watched it from live stream and streamed it live. Right now, as we speak, CEO Tina Deskovich, CEO and co-founder of Moms for Liberty, she is at AmFest. Ooh, I've got to talk about this. Tomorrow morning, if you are at AmFest at 9:00 a.m. Eastern Time, Tina Deskovich is hosting a breakout session about getting out the moms vote. And Moms for Liberty has a booth at AmFest. So please, if you're watching this and you're at AmFest, stop by. And I guess you can spin the Wheel of Liberty and win prizes. And so Moms really has a huge presence at AmFest. We've got a booth. We've got several people there. I was asked to attend, cannot attend this close to Christmas. Too many things going on with my kiddos, basketball games, parties, family commitments. So I will be watching AmFest from afar, but you will definitely be getting some clips and snippets from that important event. And so I'll see if I'll put, there's a graphic, but I don't think that we can live stream that breakout session. If we can, I will certainly try, but I don't think that we can. That will be released later. I'm tired. Oh Lord, sorry, yawning. So, what else? Let's see. I think that's it. Again, you're watching Moms for Liberty. Follow us on X. I think that's it. And one last time, Patriot Mobile, special deal, free 2 months of service. Use promo code HOLIDAY25. That's Patriot Mobile. And if you're out there and you're interested in sponsoring Unleashed with Scarlett Johnson, hey, DM me. Let me know. Let's talk. So that's it for today. How many days? What's the date? How many days till Christmas Eve? It's coming so fast. Christmas is in a week. Christmas Eve in 6 days. Who else has a little bit of shopping to do? I've been keeping up with wrapping for the most part. We've got white elephants, secret Santas, but it's so much fun. I've got to cook for many, many people, many, many times. And all of the kids are here for Christmas and their dogs and babies. So it's the most wonderful time of the year. And of course, it's a blessed, holy time. So, season of Advent. We got this political stuff. After tomorrow, things will be quiet as they need to be, because we need to spend time with our families and let the cares of the world kind of fall to the side. And then I need to get my voice back. But everyone, thanks for watching. This has been a 4-hour live stream, although we spent the first hour with AmFest, so really I feel like I've been talking for 3 hours, so it's not too bad. I can still talk. All right, everyone. Thanks. Merry Christmas. And see you soon. God bless.